Hi friends, host Eric here, host of Talking with Fat People, with a second attempt to be awesome. One more chance in life to be awesome. This is the last chance I have, otherwise they're gonna say, sorry, you can't try anymore. Oh good, life doesn't work like that? That's nice. I can keep trying to be awesome, even if I fail. That's nice. I can try again. So there was definitely something wrong with that stream last time, because normally when I start a new stream, it defaults to the same info I had in the previous stream, but in this instance, it defaulted to the info I had from the stream before the one I just ended. So this is take two at Cathy, Chatty Cathy in the Orient Express. Chatty Cathy on the Nile. They're making a new Death on the Nile movie. Did you know that? Out of the Agatha Christie movie, Agatha Christie novel. It's the old one was one of my dad's favorite movies. He really likes that movie. Anywho, so topics that I wanted to discuss coming in did include Cathy and how, even though her comic strip was so shitty, it was carried in all the newspapers. And why? Why was her shitty comic strip carried in all the newspapers? Well, because back in the day, it was the token working woman's comic, you know? But really, makes you ask yourself, I get that Cathy's always saying act, but I don't get why we're supposed to be entertained by that. Oh, Cathy. Deadlines, you know? Deadlines and Mondays. Type, delete. Oh, Cathy. You're working in an office somewhere. Now, I suppose, even in comic land, you're dead, probably. I wonder if the Cathy comic strip did a strip on Cathy's death. I'm curious about that. How did the Cathy comic strip end? I'm going to Google that right now. We're going to find out together, once and for all, what it truly means to be alive. Aren't you excited about that? Let's find out what it truly means to be alive. How did the Cathy comic strip end? Cathy comic strip to end after 34 years. This is from 2010. Creator Cathy Guiswite says she is ending the comic strip in October. So, Cathy been a hit with people who appreciated her comic neuroses, which often resulted in her trademark exclamation "ack." The titles of Cathy's book collections reveal the character's obsession with weight, food, and shopping and shoes. Abs of Steel, Buns of Cinnamon, 1997. Shoes, Chocolate for the Feet, 2000. And Wake Me Up When I'm a Size 5, 1985. An early collection from 1982 had a cover showing Cathy on her sofa surrounded by her TV, snacks, and a teddy bear. The title, Another Saturday Night of Wild and Reckless Abandon. Definitely an SFJ strip. Gus White began the trip when she started working in the mid-70s, says Lee Salem, president and editor of Universal Euclid. Kathy Gus White would send her mother drawings describing the latest trauma in her life as a single young career woman, and in response, her mother urged her to try her hand at a comic strip. The day the submission arrived in our office, we had a contact up to Kathy and returned mail. 7 months later, the strip began in the newspapers. It wasn't an immediate hit, but Kathy steadily gained popularity and eventually appeared in hundreds of newspapers. There are more than 30 Kathy books. But it's so terrible, though. What about that, though? What about that? What about the fact that it's so terrible? Doesn't that matter to anybody? Apparently, I must not have any viewers right now. There must be an additional problem with... No, there are 2 people here. Okay, so 3, 4 people. Okay, so people have now begun to connect to this, I guess. It seems to be working fine this time, so... We'll see. There's still that super long delay that you experienced last time. Let me try what happens if I chat. How long will it take? Well, it shows up right away for me, but that's just for me. I don't know how long it takes you to see it. Could take forever. Could take less time than forever. Okay, other things I wanted to discuss today, and this important, and this very important. Well, yeah, you use up your notifications is what happens. I mean, I don't think I've used up my 3 this time, but there was definitely something wrong with the last one, because when I started up this one, it defaulted to, it showed me the setup from the stream before the one I just started and ended, which normally defaults to the last thing you did, you know? So it's like it didn't register it all the way or something. Actually, Strawberry, it explains why fewer viewers, okay? Remember, if you can count it, use the word fewer. Very important. Otherwise, somebody like me may scold you about it. And then what are you going to do? You'd be like, God damn it, I used the wrong word. I used less when I should have used fewer. And then what are you going to think? So my daughter's cat is, what do they call him, Maine Coon? Well, that's what I thought it was. Turns out it's actually a Maine Coon, like the state of Maine. I was getting it wrong this whole time. I didn't even know. The moral of the story is it possible you're getting something wrong in life and don't even know about it? It's possible. So I hope you're ready, as a consequence, to panic over not knowing what you might possibly be getting wrong in life. Let's panic. Are you all running around with your arms raised into the air screaming? You should be. It's panicking time. Oh, thanks, Strawberry. Oh, it was a manifesting thing. That's good manifesting. Strawberry successfully manifested the stream with magical powers and wonderful energy ejecta. The ejecta of spiritual energy. Oh, don't worry. That's just the ejecta of my spiritual energy. Well, basically what my YouTube channel is, you know. It's the ejecta of my spiritual energies. Or you could say the discharge. It's my spiritual discharge. Can everybody please bathe in my spiritual discharge? How has Rachel been doing lately? I mean, it's really hard to say. Like, she seems to be getting better. I mean, she's been fine, like, emotionally, spiritually, and stuff. She's been fine. But physically, she's still experiencing some of those symptoms. And I, at least for one, am not convinced that the reintroduction of the Prozac isn't prolonging her experience of symptoms. But I don't think there's anything else to be done about it. Simply because if she doesn't take it, she goes nuts. And, you know, it's just a bit of a challenge because it's a wait and see thing for both of us. We are sort of adjusting to a new reality while adjusting to how much that new reality is permanent. You know, it is kind of it up in the air question. And good morning, Rachel, darling. I love you. And so, how's she been doing lately? When you ask the question, I think, do you have an update on her status, basically? And the answer is not exactly. We're still kind of letting things evolve, you know. I bet you that cat's going to want to come right back inside. But right now, the sun is in a bad place, and so I cannot leave that door even cracked open, or else I will have the sun shining in my face. And I am not like Dulles in that I do not want to feel the sun on me. Yes, we're going to watch it with my dad, and in fact, my dad got steaks for me to barbecue for us to eat, and potatoes. So we're going to do that. I'm going to start the queue about the beginning of the game, so the food's ready around halftime. And then we're going to eat at halftime, and then we'll watch the rest of the game. Rachel, I have not informed you of that until now, but now I have informed you that's the plan for today. So, because my dad informed me that was the plan yesterday. So, I'm just passing on the news. I'm not making these plans. I'm just conforming to them. So I'm definitely a Chatty Cathy. It's just that we're gonna watch the Super Bowl with my dad today. It starts at 3:30. I'm gonna start the barbecue when the game starts, and we'll eat at halftime. My dad got us steaks for me to barbecue, and potatoes, specifically for the game. So that's the plan. It's not terribly complicated, but it is what it is. Am I a Chatty Cathy? Yes, I am a Chatty Cathy. Not always, but often. And sometimes it's annoying to me. Do I believe in time travel? Well, I'll get back to that in 1 second. What's the opposite of a Chatty Cathy? It's a laconic Donner Rick. It's a laconic Donner Rick. A silent Susie. That would be also appropriate. Or a I can't think of the exact word I'm looking for. Withdrawn dawn. A withdrawn dawn, maybe? A withdrawn dawn. That's the opposite of Chatty Cathy. Okay, now, do I believe in time travel? Well, my take on time travel is time travel backwards is possible. Time travel forwards is not possible because it hasn't happened yet, right? You can't travel to the future because the future hasn't happened yet. So, but you could, in theory, time travel to the past. But then, if you were to time travel to the past, then the past would become the present, and the future wouldn't have happened yet again, and so you wouldn't be able to travel back to your own time. So in other words, you could rewind time, but you'd be rewinding it for everybody. If, presumably, you could stand somehow outside of time and rewind it, then you could stay the same while rewinding everything else. But that would just be rewinding it. It wouldn't be a contiguous timeline that you travel along. That's a human construct. It doesn't make any logical sense. It's like, that's pretending as though a timeline had the same mechanics as a narrative timeline. In other words, our telling of a story. But it doesn't. An actual timeline isn't a thing unless you construct it into a story. I don't want to travel back in time. But that's the thing that it seems very straightforward that people don't quite seem to get about time travel in general, is that you can't go forward because the future hasn't happened yet. Definitionally, the future can't be known 100%. So it certainly can't be traveled to because it hasn't happened yet. Would you rather go back 20 years in time or be given $1 million right now? $1 million right now. Why would I want to go back 20 years? I could use $1 million. I couldn't use having to redo 30 years of life. I'm sure I might do it better, but it wouldn't be a terrible time to travel back to because it would be like Delilah would be like 3 or 4 years old. I could stop being such a weirdo, but then I wouldn't be who I ended up being. I wouldn't. If I went back 20 years in time, I'd be back to the Eric I was 20 years ago. I'd repeat the same mistakes. It wouldn't do me any good. The future is not predetermined, definitionally. Definitionally and otherwise. In other words, because systems can be chaotic, there are things that simply cannot be predetermined. Things that are... To say that something is predetermined means that if we had the means or the right tools, the right approach, we'd be able to figure out what the future is before it happens. But we know that's not the case because the act of knowing what the future is before it happens would change how we interact with it, right? So, and there's no way to prevent that from becoming infinitely regressive. Now, if you could travel back in time before you were born, then you would travel yourself into non-existence, really. But so you have to figure out a way to stand outside of time while impacting it, and that seems, you can't do anything without the passage of time. So it would presume some capacity to do anything within your own time bubble, do something within your own time bubble that impacts time as a whole, but that you are exempt from somehow. And I don't know how that would work. If you see an antimatter version of yourself running towards you, think twice before embracing. Predetermined by a source unknown. I mean, well, the thing is, if we're going to try to operationalize our definition of predetermined, we have to have some means to test between things that are predetermined and things that aren't predetermined. And the only meaningful test that we can come up with is a given system subject to prediction, and how subject is it to prediction? So certain kinds of systems are subject to better prediction than others. Like if I drop a rock from a plane at a certain height, we can predict pretty well how long it's going to take before it hits the ground because of certain constants, but not 100%, because if the wind is blowing high and it's blowing kind of upward, then it might slow it down, or if it's blowing kind of downward, it might speed it up. So even though we have a pretty good capacity to predict in that system, it's not 100% because there are some variables we can't anticipate. But the thing is, there are some systems where you can be 100% of your predictions, and they're usually closed systems with limited dynamism. There are certain kinds of predictions you can make in dynamic systems of certain kinds, but there are other kind of dynamic systems which are very resistant to predictions because they have inherent chaotic qualities to them. Such is the nature of reality, is a confluence of all these different kinds of systems from static to dynamic, that to meaningfully say that reality as a whole can be predetermined is to neglect the fact that agency is defined as determinate, the capacity to be determinate, basically. So, in other words, people determine what happens. That's why things can't be predetermined. Because that's our job, is to determine what happens. That's there. That's such a good answer. That's the best answer. I mean, if I could somehow put myself back in time and watch my dad, like from a time bubble or something, where I'm not interacting with the past, but I'm able to be there virtually to experience what it was, but they can't, I'm like invisible, like they can't see me or something. Now that seems to me to be a at least more conceivable thing for people to do. It's like if it were the case that you could reverse engineer a simulated world that mimicked time travel back in time, but with you as a viewer, not a participant, that is perhaps a little bit more believable. The first variation, if you were The first variation is called the delayed choice experiment and was suggested in 1980 by eminent physicist John Wheeler. The experiment brushes up against an eerily odd-sounding question: does the past depend on the future? That is an odd-sounding question. Does the past depend on the future? That's it. That's a weird question. The answer is no. Well, I mean, sort of. Okay, yeah, sort of. In other words, each individual is rendering the past independently, right? On their own system, their own body, mind. So in that regard, yeah, the past is dependent on the future. In other words, the continuation of my rendering of the past is contingent on my continuing to exist. We're continuing to be alive, assuming that rendering of the past is unique to life, that it ends with the death of the person as it appears to. Well, yeah, they all exist because they exist as ways of paying attention, which is the only way that really any of these things exist, is via the individual human beings that render those realities independently. Okay, so it's like the past exists because some people are SI-DOMs, and they're much more, if you just think about it like this, you can spend, let's say you're playing a role-playing game, you can spend a bunch of time collecting treasures, you can spend a bunch of time developing skills of some sort in order to collect treasures better, you could spend a bunch of time doing trades and stuff with the treasures you've already collected and trying to improve your situation that way. There's a lot of different ways you can deal with it, right? But at the end of the day, you've got a present which can be directed towards stuff you've already done, or it can be directed towards something you've not done yet. And that's why there's a past and a future, because individuals have to do stuff, and the discharge of their being, the ejecta, the existiphinalia of their being, which is to say, what happened to them, their memories, their work product, what other people remember about them that they perceive occurs or whatever. The ability to Google search them, I guess, is another way to put it. Those things, like what you can Google search about me comprises the aspects of my identity, or the discharge of my identity that's accessible to third parties, which is a substantial amount of my identity. For some people, it's a very small amount of their identity. Regardless, in every person, to some extent, there has to be an inclusion of both things that happened before and things that have yet to happen in order to simply survive. And you can have blind spot SI and be always observing in the now towards the future. I would suspect that if you've got blind spot SI, there's probably not a whole lot of internal dialogue. It is true that the fact that our rendering of the past could also be slightly changed or wrong, and therefore the past is now changed in a way. That's true. That's definitely true. You know how SI involves learning from what you've experienced? Is it also learning from others' experiences? Well, no, it's learning from your experience of them communicating to you. So, in other words, learning occurs from experience and communication. I can learn your words, or I can learn something more concrete than that, that I might still be able to express in words, but really the lesson is, There was this lady on this video that I saw who, there's the sound of this tree cracking. She's just sitting by her pool on this chair. There's the sound of a tree cracking, and she jumps up kind of instinctually and runs away, just as this tree from behind her chair falls right on her chair. Definitely would have killed her, okay? And she said after the fact that what saved her was that years before, she had been in a different house, and it had been during a storm, and a tree cracked, made that same sound, and fell on her house. And that if she hadn't had that experience, she probably wouldn't have had the instinctual fear response that made her get up and run away. So that's SI learning from experience. While she could put it into words, that she somehow remembered or recalled that sound correlates with a tree falling. It was something she learned from experience. In other words, she didn't reference the words that I just said before getting up and running away. But for people like me, SI is mostly about learning about words, remembering people's words, and remembering ideas and stuff like that. So if I'm going to learn from somebody else's experience, then I'm going to learn from their words about their experience, not from their experience itself, actually, because experience is subjective, whereas communication is objective. Fucking Peter. Okay. I saw you earlier, but I was trying to ignore you. Here. Here. Yeah, you're a pain in the ass. Nobody's disputing that, Peter. You are a pain in the ass. I am 16, going on 17, fellas. In line. You know who's entitled to sing that song is Grace. Grace could sing that song. Grace could totally get away with singing that song because she is 16 going on 17. And I'm sure that the fellas all stand in line. Okay, yeah, I've seen peacocks in flight. They, it's kind of a big deal for them to take off. They make a big kind of sound with their wings, and then they take off, but they're always flying directly to a destination. So they're not flying around. They'll like take off from the ground and fly up to the roof, or fly up to a tree branch or something. But you don't see them up in the air just, soaring around the sky like a pigeon would or a crow or something. They never do that. And then in the morning time, if you go out at the right time, you can see them all flying down from high up in the trees, And that's kind of cool. They all come soaring down like these big, like, carrier planes, You imagine like a World War II era, or maybe even current era cargo plane, how it's got that big belly and little amount of plane per belly. That's what peacocks kind of look like, soaring down from the trees in the morning. Because they all fly up to the trees at night to go to bed. I sometimes wonder, how do the babies get up there? I don't know what the mamas for the babies do at nighttime. They might have to stay on the ground. I'm not sure. I don't know how the babies will be able to fly up there. I don't think the babies can fly. So that's a curious question. Do I need to QC it? What's QC it mean? What I did with that video is I didn't monetize it. When you don't monetize it, they don't ask you they don't ask you about what you're uploading. But yeah, I mean, I had some hesitation about it. I said to Rachel last night, what do you think? I'm not sure if I should upload this or not, but I don't think she ended up watching really necessarily the relevant parts, because then we went to get cigarettes together, and I interrupted her in her watching it. But what does QC mean? I waited for YouTube to run its checks and everything before I published it. I mean, not that you can avoid that, but and I didn't monetize it, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it violates any community guidelines. It's not like I brought it up or am encouraging her to talk about it or anything like that. You know, it's just a human being talking about their own experience. But I had some. I was uncertain about whether it's a good idea to put up or not. You know, as she says in the video, she's, in her state at least, whatever state it is, of the age of consent. So, I mean, I don't know what to say about it. It's a very obviously provocative video, I guess. And YouTube's auto thumb picked a very provocative looking thumbnail as well. But it's like, I think you'd be hard pressed to find any part of how I dealt with it inappropriate. You know, I think if a human being were to watch that video, they wouldn't have a problem with it. I explicitly say to her at the end very clearly that she can change her mind about it. And that's the thing I was thinking is, how much is like, how much faith should I have in her discretion about whether this should be published, basically? Or, you know, does she really want this video sticking around forever kind of thing? I'm not sure. But she's an STP, so maybe. You know, my daughter's an STP as well, and she is not. She does a pretty thorough job of retaining her privacy, but it's also the case that she's not necessarily private about things that I would expect her to be private about, you know? So, I don't know. It's a tricky question. If I were just playing defense against any kind of potential then I'd just take it down. But, it seems like worthwhile content on some level. It seems like, you know, kind of a rare, real conversation between people who are clearly at very different generations with very different attitudes about things, and yet are not engaged in any kind of I mean, it's not like I brought it up or anything. In fact, I didn't run with it at all either. She kept pushing that be the topic. But you know, it's like that's reality, right? That's reality. And you don't get honest reality very often like that. Well, thanks, Miss Hurd. I'm glad to hear it. So, you know, it's on that level. It's like, it's kind of beautiful in a way because it shows how people of totally different perspectives can still communicate effectively and understand each other via cognitive functions. Because, yeah, there's another video with her. And after that, she sent me, emails bugging me to test her NE again, and I basically just shined it on because it sounded boring, And she wanted me to help her with this school thing that she was doing, and yeah, same one. And I was like, yeah, I do that kind of work sometimes, but I don't really like it. I don't like helping students in high school with their work. For her, it was something specific about cognitive functions, though, that she was doing as a thing in one of her classes, and so it was a little bit different. But I don't know. I'm kind of lazy. kind of lazy. So anyhow, I guess that's one takeaway from that is my 6-slot TE assumes other people are not going to be able to figure shit out probably more than it should, right? Because she assumed I wasn't going to be able to remember her voice, which is insane. Of course I remember her voice. It's quite distinctive. No, I typed her the same first time. She's being a TI dom and going, well, I think mostly what she was doing was misinterpreting her conceptual ability to get any with actual extroverted intuition. Like she said at one point, well, you could give infinite possible answers. And I said, well, could you give infinite possible answers? And the answer is no, she couldn't. It's just she can conceive of there being infinite possible answers, but she doesn't actually produce them, And the any polar seems pretty clear to me. Like, when you tell somebody to create a character that's quirky, and they ask you to define quirky, I mean, come on. How TI Dom any polar is that? Define quirky. Quirky, I don't know. It's a character, you're trying to paint the picture of quirky. And then she asks, you mean this archetype? Right? You mean this archetype? That's very much an NI third, Here's TI Dom, NI third, NE polar in response to. So paint me a character who's quirky. Define quirky. You mean this archetype? That's TI1, NI3, Of course, when we're dealing with an SE person, SE tool, and you're talking about a typing session, well, SE is not the action function of communication. It's the action function of experience and of real impacts rather than just word-based impacts. So as a consequence, you're going to be engaging less with their tool function than you would with somebody else. What percentage of people want to be another type? I don't know. People don't generally explicitly put it that way to me. People in fact almost never say, I want to be this type. They'll always say, I think I am this type, or I thought I was this type. But to confess that you wanted to be a given type or want to be a certain type is something people don't seem to generally do. So it's hard for me to know whether they actually want to be a certain type or not. She wanted to be a different type, obviously. But I mean, it's like And there are occasions in the chat when somebody might claim to be in, let's just say, for example, an INTP, and it might seem clear to me that they would like to be an INTP maybe, but they're definitely not. But those things might occasionally happen around here, you know. But it's like I can't really type people from the chat, but if you're an INTP, if you claim to be an INTP and you're not, I'll be probably able to tell that from a chat. Oh yeah, he's a confirmed INFJ. Frank James is. He has almost 1 million subs. Wanting to be a different type and not accepting your own self is really sad. Well, what it really means is it seems to describe a certain relationship with a map that views the map as instrumental. That the map will tell me who I am in useful ways and tell other people who I am in useful ways. That allows me to kind of define their perceptions of me by using this mapping term. So people who want to be a different type or want to be a certain type or claim they are a certain type, they're probably NI in an even numbered slot, 2, 4, 6, or 8. I think it's hard to separate wanting to be a different type and already being caught up in thinking they are and attaching their identity, maybe specialness to that type or something or other. Being ISTP would be fun. You're TI down without the struggles with SE polar. Well, you also have probably worse FE if you're an ISTP than an INTP, at least from my perspective. So like I find Lucy a little bit pushy. But that's fine. I don't mind it. It's just it doesn't play as well, I guess, as a more ideationally engaged person. I'm pretty sure I typed Dawless, show media. Dawless is an INFP. Having FE isn't so fun for 4th slot for sure. But is it correct to say FI is empathy and FE is sympathy? No, I wouldn't say that's correct. I would say FI is caring about what's important, and FE is caring about being a team player. Yeah, Dulles, like the airport. Yeah, if I'm the poster child for ENTPs, Dulles is the poster child for INFPs. His Garrison Keillor thing, he's not in any hurry. And yet, he did a great job in that most recent video of conveying a lot of information. But he's very careful in his making his way. It's almost like a Native American barefoot guide picking their way through a bramble patch without stepping on anything sharp. FE is a perpetual thorn in my side. It's a thorn near my side. So I kind of feel you. Sometimes it's a thorn on my side, but usually it's just a thorn near my side. It becomes a thorn in my side when I let myself get dragged into arguments about me. Then it becomes a real problem. Because when certain people won't accept my logical justifications and push in certain spots, I'll provide what you might call professional justifications. And I'll talk about, well, it's because I'm meow, 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 meow. And then they go, now you're arrogant and bragging. And I say, well, you wouldn't accept my legitimate arguments, and you wanted me to legitimize myself, and then when I do, you tell me I'm arrogant and bad. Oh, well, Dulles, I typed him. No, if you channel search my channel, you should find more than just one video on Dulles. You should find an actual typing session with him. I mean, that's the thing, is FE is not necessarily about preventing others from having their feelings hurt. FE is about being a team player, not being fussy, is the primary operant value of FE. I'm not the fussy one. I'm not the one who complains. I'm the one who does their fair share and be a team player and says the right things because I want everything to go smoothly with the group. I would say FE third slot works because some days I feel like I have really good FEs, and other days my FE seems pretty bad. It's selfish. Third slot FE is selfish, which means we have good FE when we feel like it and in ways that we feel like, and we don't want to engage it when we don't want to. It's like Dulles with his SI. So, in other words, when I feel like being nice and being perceived as warm and kind and stuff, then I will act that way. And when I don't, I won't, and it had nothing to do with you. Just like with Dulles and the sun shining on him. When I feel like getting the sun on me because it feels nice, I don't care about how it looks to you as a viewer, because you shouldn't care about that stupid SE stuff anyway. And I feel like having sunshine on me. Yeah, third slot is selfish for everybody. Right. Well, Miss Hurt says FE is a thorn because I get an overall feeling to assist or like avoid critique by not lying around while somebody else is cleaning or whatever. That's true. That will definitely happen. So I usually begin when I'm like cleaning up or something. See, the thing is, I have a lot of, I guess, lines in that area. So I'll say, well, look, just so we both know, Rachel, I'm cleaning up right now. I do not expect you to clean up. Because when you are cleaning up, do not expect me to clean up. I'm not going to act like that, so you shouldn't either. Do not feel like just because I'm happen to be cleaning right now, it's because I feel like cleaning right now, not because I'm expecting you to help. Third slot FE also means polar FI, which is I don't really necessarily want you to help or expect much of anything from you. Another way that third slot FE works is like I always want to be the one who's if somebody's gonna pick up the check, I'd rather it be me than have the check picked up for me in general. But of course, to be fair in life, you've got to operate in a reciprocal kind of way in that stuff rather than. But see, FI polar basically manifests as I always have to be the one who's giving more because I don't understand how I can have value except via utility, really. Just like INFJ says, I don't really understand how I can have utility except via loving people. And I don't really like loving people. And I don't really like being useful. So it's the 7-6 conundrum, right? For if you got FI7 and TE6, your conundrum is, I don't understand why I have any worth except by being useful to people. If you're TE7, FI6, it's, I don't understand how I can be useful except by loving people. Or valuing, harm prevention, stuff like that. But I don't really like to do that. I don't like I don't like being useful, and INFJs don't really like doing harm prevention. That's why Rachel is so much like, we cannot start feeding anything else, because then she feels the obligation. Now it's her thing that she has to take care of. And Megan Lavota's Eyebrows is the title of a one-act play that I'm putting on Broadway. And it's mostly like, there'll be a spotlight on one corner of the stage, and then I'll be in that spotlight, and I'll be, what are these? And I'll be petting my own brows, right? And then the light will go off. And then it'll appear on another part of the stage, and I'll be there now. I will have walked over there in the darkness. Are these my brows? Be very, very arty. Be incredibly dull. Nobody will possibly sit through the whole thing. You gotta be really arty to sit through this whole thing. I say, Toby, what you doing out back with those brows? Nothing, Mama. Just stay inside. Break her eyebrows in. I don't know. She seems to be kind of, I think probably she spends a good 13, 14 hours a day working on those brows. So maybe she doesn't have time anymore to be a YouTube personality. Dealing with an ISTJ or INTJ has been difficult for you, Mac Daddy? Is it because they don't love you enough? Their FI third is too selfish in that regard? And she gets good views on those too. Joyce Mann gets several thousand views on her little talks. I haven't watched any of them, but love me more. Oh, love me. So, well, no, it's not selfish necessarily. It can be selfish. It can also be extremely selfless. FI is responsible for mothers fighting to the death to defend their children and stuff, right? But it's also responsible for me grabbing my baby from the fire, pushing a bunch of other kids out of the way as I run out with my baby. So in that sense, it's selfish, but in another sense, it can be quite selfless. It's responsible for our behaviors related to things that are precious to us in some way. Our desire to protect them, our desire to be around or spend time with them. It's like, I love my daughter a lot, and she loves me a lot, and yeah, we don't really see each other very often or talk to each other that often because we're both FI polar. So the fact that she's such an important figure in my emotional landscape doesn't translate into me wanting to spend more time with her or actually spending more time with her. I always say I want to spend more time with her, but I don't make it happen. Like, for example, maybe later today I will do this, or starting at 3:30 we're doing the Super Bowl, but maybe in not super long time I'll I'll call up Delilah. If she's up and playing World of Warcraft, I've been wanting to stream her playing World of Warcraft with me doing commentary about it. I thought that would be fun, you know. But I haven't actually gotten around to it yet. One particular person with FI third is selfish to a fault and doesn't understand that other people feel the same way she does, but her feelings are far more important. Well, you need to tell her at some point simply that, hey, listen, asswipe, this isn't about your feelings this time. It's about my feelings. I'm feeling very strongly about this. And my feelings are more important than yours right now. You just need to tell her that. And then what is she going to do, right? She can say, no, my feelings are more important, or she can realize, oh shit, we're going to have to deal with this in some non-arbitrary way. What do you mean don't listen to her? It's exactly what you should do. It's exactly what you should do, because the thing is, that doesn't sound just like FI third selfish. That sounds like not healthy selfish. And so you're going to have to establish some boundaries, you know. You need to establish some personal boundaries that if the person is going to behave as though only their feelings matter, then that at some point they're going to run afoul of your own feelings, and you're going to assert that only your feelings matter in this instance. I think Barack Obama is an ENTP, unfortunately. For any test, how many different answers does one have to give for you to consider them first or second slot any? It's not that. It's more complicated than that. I mean, you know, if you watch Aga, you can see what any Dom looks like. When I do a poem on the fly thing, and you can see how she is able to keep up with me, even though she's not really very practiced at it, I'm sure, in the way that I am, you know. I'm not proud to say that Barack Obama is an ENTP. I wish I believed he were an ENFJ, but I don't. I'm pretty confident that he's an ENTP. He and I even talk the same way, you know. It's like in certain ends of the sentences and stuff, I can hear myself sounding like Barack Obama. He was a weak ENTP though. Like he was not an 8, probably a 9. He's an ENTP 9 or ENTP 1 maybe. Probably ENTP 1. You need to be an 8 if you want to be president. You got to have 8 in your tri-type. You don't want it first, but you got to have it in your tri-type, really. You're going to be a fully effective president. You got to know when and where to say, fuck off. And he never understood that. He always thought he could talk it out with people and schmooze and stuff, which is a good reason to conclude he might be ENFJ. But the way he talked was too NE. It wasn't demonstrative NE. His whole way of going about everything was way too, on the one hand, we've got this thing, and on the other hand, we've got this. Yet still on the third hand, we've got this, and on the fourth, it's way too much of that for him to be NE6. Trump's an ESFP. An ESFP like, oh, Boba Fett. He's an ESFP like Andrew Jackson was. That's a recipe for disaster. ESFP is president, recipe for disaster. I suspect Putin's an ESFP too. Remember, Mac Daddy, don't ever not meow, right? Don't ever not meow, is my point. Are you still running for president? Yes. Right now? No. But yes, for sure. I will be president before I die. Because it's a necessary precondition for civilization to move forward to the next stage. So it's well, we're going to switch things around 180 degrees now. It's predestined. Clearly, I'm the main character in reality. And I'm sure God's moving the slabs around right now to make it happen. Little bit by little bit. Sending the Holy Ghost on some slab-related errands. Yo, Holy Ghost! What's that, God? What's up? Can you go infuse in Eric the spirit of doing some shit? He's still sitting around on his ass. I'll try, but that guy's a baby. I know. I didn't expect him to be such a baby still, but go try to motivate him. I mean, fish or cut bait, you know. Don't dance the tango with Lady Arbitrary, right? You get in there and you be like, "Pia, pia." That's it. See what I'm saying? No, my feelings. Fuck off. Like that. Otherwise, you're never going to be able to seize the frame of the conversation, right? You got to seize the frame of the conversation. Is Edward Snowden an INTP? Quite possibly. Quite possibly. I'm not sure. Yeah, after this bong rip is a good idea. Let's talk about the past, the present, and the future. The past includes a few minutes ago. The entire duration of which, the last few minutes, I've gone without any bong rips. The present is defined by me packing this bong rip. I'm going to take some Smokestables. Smokestables are like Uncrustables, but of weed. I'm going to put it here in this part. And then I'm going to put this. Yeah, well, that's the only reason, because he wears glasses. Well, that's why you need to play reciprocal burdens, you know? That's what I mean by putting the me out of the meow. You give them a taste of their own medicine. Oh, you feel that way about this. Well, I feel differently, and right now only my feelings matter. Your feelings are shit right now. My feelings matter a lot. And I don't care about your feelings one fucking bit. And my feelings are much more important. And then make them address that fact, you know? Well, why are your feelings more important? Well, why are your feelings more important? What's the perfect amount of steps for a bong rip? Well, I guess 4, you know, or possibly 5 if you include exhale. It would be pack, light, pull, hold, exhale. Pack, light, pull, hold, exhale. Or if you don't want to hold, just pack, light, pull, exhale. Because you don't necessarily need to hold your bong rip. What is meow? Meow is a word that serves many purposes in life. It's a word that replaces other words in sentences that to indicate I don't want to be specific about the verb in this sentence, for example. You've got a meow. The meow means I don't want to be specific about either the verb or the object in that sentence. But you should understand that the sentence is conveying the need for you to verb an object. No, don't. That's what I'm saying. Don't TI. I didn't tell you to TI, did I? I told you to FI. You set some personal boundaries. No, you're making me feel pissed off right now. And my feelings matter more than yours. Exactly what I had to tell this lady, my friend's wife. Of course, having been through a relationship with a BPD person, I've got low tolerance for that bullshit these days. It's not all about, your feelings. Captain feels a lot. Your feelings can suck my anus. Captain feels a lot. But sometimes you gotta say, I want you to do this. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Have your feelings considered sucking my anus? Try saying that. That always works well. Oh my gosh. Yeah, BPD is for borderline personality disorder. It's a attachment disorder, basically. It's okay. I didn't even notice the typo. My reading eyes just jumped right past that typo. I said, read it anyway, Eric. You read it with your reading eyes. Yeah, you attack his feelings next time. Because the point is, you're not attacking with feelings, you're reciprocating. You're applying reciprocal burdens. If that person's arbitrary claims to how they feel are going to be used to justify shit, then you're going to do the same to them. Because if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. And it's really hard for us to remember that we have the ability to do that when we're FI polar, that we too can set personal boundaries for arbitrary reasons, and that sometimes we should. The example I always use is one of the many toxic things that Kimberly did was she tried to rewrite my personal history. Like, she tried to reframe the stories I tell about my childhood as being somehow abusive like her childhood was. And for a little while, I tried to defend it on sort of TI grounds, SI grounds, saying, well, no, it wasn't like that. You're being inaccurate. But it wasn't too long before I realized I really don't like that. And you need to stop. And I established it like that. You need to stop because I don't like it. Not because it's inaccurate, but because I don't like you messing around with my personal history like that, and you need to stop. The thing is, it shows any as an absolute value. Like, you don't get to any my SI. Especially in ways that don't TI validate. So, and that's it, It's like, you're not gonna rewrite my history and stuff. Yeah, I'd tell her, she'd sort of like make up stories about how mean my dad was to my mom and stuff. And I'd be like, that never happened. What are you talking about? That's not true. Well, FE is about is the expectation that people validate communicatively, whereas FI does not have that expectation. Communicatively basically means publicly. So, I mean, it's not had nothing to do with her type. It has to do with BPD. She has attachment disorder, an attachment disorder that makes it impossible for her to trust. When I'm talking about my own past in ways that are revealing that I was able to trust, it runs afoul of her basic fundamental map, which says trusting is not possible in this world without being betrayed. And what happens with BPD people is they go through their life making reality conform to that map because, Boba Fett, I don't live by that rule. I'm not talking shit about Kimberly. I'm just speaking the truth about it, about what happened to me. Okay? I'm not talking shit about Kimberly. I wish her no ill whatsoever. But this is what happens when you're with a BPD person, and this truth generalizes to everybody else in the world. If you're with somebody with borderline personality disorder, they are determined to prove to themselves that their map is correct, that the world cannot be trusted, that people will betray them. And that can manifest in a few different ways. It can manifest as what I was just talking about. She's my ex. She was the person I went out with before Rachel. And I was with her for 2.5 years. And prior to her, I had a little thing with this woman. It was kind of not good. And then prior to that, I had been married to my second wife. I mean, prior to that, I had a little fling with this other chick that I named my cat after. And then prior to that, I'd been married to my second wife been with her for like 14 years. No, borderline and bipolar are very different things. Borderline personality disorder is an attachment disorder that comes from being abused as a kid. Bipolar is an actual mental illness like schizophrenia or something. Rachel has bipolar mania, but because she's medicated properly, there are no signs of it, Like you don't see that she has it. It's dormant, so to speak. If she stops taking her meds, you'll start to see it. A change in her personality, but change in her affect, change in her general manifestation of self. So, well, you can't medicate BPD away. If someone's behavior is due to their polar, even something like BPD, which is a different topic, I know, but how can you expect someone to see that perspective and act accordingly? Well, you don't. You recognize the fact that you're setting a boundary and they need to respect it, and if they don't, you're going to continue asserting it until either they go away, change, or you go away. That's the thing. You got to be prepared to sort of go to war to insist that this person is going to be respectful, treat you respectfully, and be at least somewhat fair in their dealings with you. Or that you won't stop hammering the point. I don't think he said it was funny. He said it was... Oh, he didn't say lol, but... cray to the max. Full-on personality disorder. Well, I mean... BPD is a personality disorder, but there's also narcissistic personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder. I don't know, there's a couple others maybe. OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder. I don't know if that's considered a personality disorder or not. And the thing about borderline personality disorder, it's it's not called borderline because it's like, it's called borderline because people with BPD can't respect other people's borderlines. In other words, they don't respect other people's personal boundaries, or they don't treat other people as the closer somebody with BPD is to you, the more important you are to them, the more they act like a kid entitled to love from a parent at their worst moments. So it's like, yeah, your kid is entitled to unconditional love even in their worst moments when they're like 4 or 5 years old, because they're little babies still. They have to learn to be reasonable human beings, and you do your very best to love them out of their problems rather than anger them out of their problems. But when you're dealing with another adult, you have to, they are not entitled to that kind of love. In other words, they can't behave badly they want and hit you and kick you and throw a tantrum, and you still want to just say love them out of it. It's like they need to be held to account in some fashion, because they aren't behaving as an adult in a relationship between two adults needs to behave. Histrionic, paranoid, and avoidant, or some other personality disorders. Yeah, I Hate You, Don't Leave Me is the great title of that book that sums up the experience of somebody in a relationship with a BPD person. What they get from them all the time is basically, I hate you, don't leave me. It took me a while to figure out, like, okay, why is this woman continually telling all these negative stories about me? Because it began with her telling negative stories about me. Like, basically taking something to make the point that I'm so lazy, or I'm so self-absorbed, or I'm so whatever. Just trying to make me feel shitty about myself, or indicate that, just taking me down a notch, I guess, or something. Eventually, I ended up basically being silent around her all the time, because she had taken advantage of every opportunity to squash my various forms of expression, so that I had sort of eliminated various categories of things I might say, and didn't really have anything left I could say without running afoul of her. I couldn't make a joke because I didn't, it's like, if it wasn't, even if it was funny, depending on, you never know whether she's going to taunt you for your failure, then you probably become very failure avoidant, right? Well, they're trying to experience, in some sense, the love, the unconditional love that a parent should afford their child. But they can't healthfully experience that in an adult relationship, because the only way to even experience it at all is to be like a child, and to expect to not be held to account for anything, and to expect your feelings to matter more than anything. And no, I mean, it was definitely BPD. Kimberly had a difficult childhood, and the whole thing was sad. Rachel's been with a BPD person as well, prior to me, and we both had miserable experiences with it, but mine lasted 2.5 years. Hers lasted a lot less time than that, like maybe 6 months or something. If you always feel like you're walking on eggshells around a person, it's a good indicator they may be BPD or NPD. I think Rachel's mom might be NPD, but fortunately her dad is somebody who genuinely loves her. Type please ContraPoints? Maybe I will. Maybe I will. I mean, Rachel's mom seemed to have this weird desire to like force Rachel, like to turn the screws when she could, to double bind Rachel and change the rules on her and stuff like that. Eric Wynn and ContraPoints? Okay. No, Hero Lamb, it doesn't work like that. BPD people, they're actually quite attacky about the people they love the most. Like when we went over to Corey's house, his wife immediately starts in on the shit that she and I used to argue about for a long time, which was she wants to say how her husband's so awful, even though he's this fucking saint to put up with her shit. Whereas she only talks like in glowing terms about me because she expects less from me. You know, I'm not her partner. No, unlikable Alec, a chick cannot become borderline at an adult age due to her husband cheating and whatnot. Although those kind of traumas create a different kind of thing that might look like that. You know, so PTSD is definitely a consequence of being cheated on. I experienced it myself in my first marriage. My first wife cheated on me, and I experienced some very classic BPD symptoms. Are ISTJs immune to disorders? No. Nobody's immune to the life-ruining impacts of childhood abuse. What people need to be healthy as an adult and to have the capacity to trust is they needed to have at least one adult as a kid they could completely trust to have their back, be behind them, and to love them unconditionally. And that's what they didn't have, and so it's all about trust issues and abandonment. But the thing is, what that manifests as is if you are trustworthy and are not going to abandon them, they will shit on you until they make that reality that you're going to abandon them a reality. Hero Lamb makes a good point here. It's not the same though. NPD people are snarky and arrogant. BPD people are desperate and bitter. It's true. That's true. NPD people like to pull others down. You can't be above them in any way or they get triggered. That's Rachel's mom. That is Rachel's mom. She cannot handle the fact that I'm right in defining and pushing the narrative and stuff. She just can't stand it. It's impossible for her to tolerate. And in fact, as soon as she encountered it for the first time on her trip here, she immediately issued an ultimatum to Rachel to choose to stay there with her and make me go home by myself or be disowned from the family. And it's like, that's not healthy. Well, disorders, I mean, look, disorders can happen. Disorders are sourced usually in childhood, not so much in adolescence, although adolescents can do that as well. Any kind of trauma produces some kind of post-trauma dealing with, depending on how deep and bad that is and when it happens. It's like during your formative years when you're learning what the rules for life are. If you get traumatized badly, it sets up a map about the world that's fundamentally false, that is like hard to, if even possible, to erase and rewrite, because it's like foundational level girder stuff, you know? Well, NPD is going to be hard to treat because they are incredibly, well, NPD manifests as what I call accountability avoidance disorder. I mean, she handles it as graciously as anybody can. She's got her dad. And when she talks to her dad, she gets very clearly expressed unconditional love. He's an ENFP. He's so, like, halftime when he's talking to Rachel, he sounds like he's about to cry, and I think she grew up sort of feeling disappointed in her dad for not adequately running interference between herself and her mom, maybe. But really, most of the difficult parts of her mom, I think, happened when her mom was empowered by her mental illness to sort of keep her in a Skinner box, Here comes my dad. Unlike other forms of psychological disorders, the core issue in trauma is reality. Yeah. Hi, Dad. What's this? Oh, this?
Paper, yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
And the other one is the Super Bowl for you.
All right, cool. Thank you. I need to get my coffee. Well, Unlikable Alec points out something that's worth noting here, which is there does seem to be this weird fixation on narcissist spotting or whatever, and in using the term as kind of a all-purpose, an all-purpose way to pathologize people you don't like. Okay, stop, Boba Fett. Don't push on my egg slot SE. It makes me feel icky. Like I'm gonna puke. Like I had too much coffee or something. I do think it's an overused term. I think it's used to pathologize people who I don't doubt that it's been used to pathologize me plenty of times. I know for a fact that I've been accused of being a narcissist before, or a psychopath or something. But then gaslighting does occur, but it's used to invalidate legitimate arguments. Like any of these kind of things that work as argument avoiders are used as argument avoiders ultimately. No, narcs are not epipolar. But they don't necessarily super FE. Like Rachel's mom is an ESTJ. I wasn't sure if Rachel's mom was narcissistic or not until her most recent trip. I should have realized she was, because she has that accountability avoidance disorder. One good way to tell if somebody's a narcissist is have Eric try to scold them. If they run in abject terror, then you know they're a narcissist. And they'd be like, I will never deal with this person again in my life. That's it. I'm done. I hate this guy. I will not deal with them no matter what. They're a narcissist. Because, I'm fair, just, and reasonable. I'm not always fair, just, and reasonable. But when I'm not, I really feel guilty about it later. Like, I think of a time where I wasn't really fair, just, or reasonable with Rachel's dad, and that was very bad of me, and I've apologized to him about it since then. Antisocial personality disorder combined with narcissistic personality disorder would be the worst, I guess, right? Because it means then you're not just putting yourself first, but you're actively enjoying malevolence. Yeah, the thing is, gaslighting is a fairly specialized kind of thing that people can do to each other, but it doesn't happen very often in the real world. And it's not the case that me telling you something about you is necessarily gaslighting, right? That's interesting. You look at it as an SI thing. I look at it as basically saying, if I'm telling you something about you, I can be either honest, like, this is, hey, you got your flies open, or I could be dishonest, like, so. Let's say that's a terrible example to do that with, but I could be honest about whether your outfit looks cute, or I could be dishonest, right? If I'm dishonest and I say, you know what, I don't know if I'd wear that. It looks a little, but really it does. I think it really looks cute, and I'm just jealous. Well, then at that point, if I consistently do that kind of thing to you to try to disrupt your accurate perceptions of reality, that would be gaslighting. Narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. As far as those three go, I think of narcissism as being the tendency to and desire to double bind and force and control people. I think of Machiavellianism as being the willingness to attain benefits for the self at the expense of others. And I think of psychopathy as a general not feeling of sympathy or empathy. So, or one of those two. I'm not really sure exactly what the difference is. Other people have explained it to me plenty of times, and I've heard plenty of different explanations. I haven't really heard a definitive explanation that tells me empathy and sympathy are different things with different, really different concepts. I mean, on the one hand, sympathy is like you feel bad for somebody else. Empathy is what? You feel what they're feeling? I'm not sure. Maybe it's just bipolar that makes me think that. So, anyway, is it possible to be a good psychopath? Well, by that definition, yeah, because then you just because you're not feeling any emotional engagement doesn't mean we can't evaluate whether your behavior is objectively toxic or unhealthy or not, But I suspect that most people who are going to declare themselves or talk about being psychopathic are not actually psychopathic. They're just probably 8th or 7th slot FI, and so don't recognize how much their FI is involved in what they're doing. Well, thanks, Rich. I'm glad to hear you're learning so much. So, what do I want to address here? Somebody said something that I wanted to address, or that was making me think of something. The problem is some people don't realize or care others' feelings in their own manner. She would try and say, Effie is thought of as the nice function, but isn't Effie more about treating people how they treat you? I've already addressed that. But also, if someone's behavior is due to their polar and something like BPD, you fix understanding that, but I've already addressed that. Are any types more prone to autism or Asperger's more than others? Okay, so my position on autism is a real thing, but always goes along with mental retardation. So that people who claim they have autism or some sort of spectrum disorder are just probably FE polar, possibly even FE fourth. It sounds like they didn't already address that. I already addressed that. I went up way too high. What have I done? I once knew a guy with NPD, and he got triggered that someone found me funnier than him. It had nothing to do with me. I did nothing to him, but he tried to target and bring me down anyway. You need to be taken down a notch. Are there more common disorders among certain types to have or no? I don't think so. I think it has to do entirely with their experience when they're trauma-related disorders anyway. Unlike other forms of psychological disorders, the core issue in trauma is reality. So that's an interesting one there, right? Like, Rachel's core problem with bipolar disorder is not reality. It's her mental whatever's going on in her brain, or chemicals or electricals or whatever. Whereas if you have a trauma-based disorder, the problem is reality itself was it ruined you. And that's a very different kind of thing, you know? 3 types of women: lovers of honor, lovers of wisdom, lovers of gain. Huh. I think people would be more apt to label certain types with disorders, but it might just be their type and frame bias because others see it as a disorder. Right. So attention deficit disorder is basically people pathologizing SE and NE DOMs. Autism spectrum disorder is basically people pathologizing FE polar and FE fourth. What, the bipolar thing? I mean, I don't know if she was born with it, but the point is her experience of mental illness isn't born of her past. It's not something that happened to her. It's something that happens to her. Whereas a BPD person's expression of mental illness is the experience of what happened to them. So that makes it substantially different, right? It's like a lot of psychology presumes that a lot of stuff is somehow trauma linked when it's not. For example, substance abuse. In a lot of AA meetings, or you hear various psychologists talk about it, depending on their frame of reference, they may talk about it as you trying to self-medicate away your feelings or something. Well, that's never what I was doing. In fact, when I'm feeling down anyway, I'm less likely to want to do any kind of intoxicant. Yeah, ADHD is basically how the medical community pathologizes NE and SE DOMs. If I bounce my knee up and down and then I'm ADHD. So, bipolar disorder is the most likely psychiatric disorder to be passed down from family. If one parent has bipolar disorder, there's a 10% chance that their child will develop the illness. So I don't know if that runs in Rachel's family or not, but I know that it correlates. I see it. I see it as primarily a sleeping disorder. So if Rachel doesn't take any kind of medication, she'll simply stop sleeping, like won't be able to sleep at all, and stay up for like a week at a time. And you know, if she completely goes off her meds and starts spinning full blast, it's a sleeping disorder basically. Of course, if you just give her sleeping pills, then it produces kind of depression. Like if you just give her benzos, she'll get depressed, even though they'll help her to sleep. So it turns out that for bipolar disorder, to treat all the components of it, the depression, the mania, and the sleep disorder, is a very specific combination of pills. A benzo to sleep. I don't think she slept well as a kid, but I think she slept better than, as she got older, she started sleeping less well. I mean, get drunk every night to go to sleep is not good advice, Boba Fett. You know, it's just, I mean, to a certain extent, that might kind of work. Like, if she wanted to try to treat her mental illness without any drugs or alcohol, it's probably true that if she got blackout drunk every night and passed out, that she'd either be too hungover or drunk to be particularly manic or depressive, exactly. But then she'd just be I mean, that's not going to put her to sleep, just to take the edge off. That woman can sit here and, if she's not on her medication, she could sit here and smoke through an ounce of weed. It wouldn't make her even remotely more sleepy. Well, I mean, it happened. Her first instance of mental illness occurred, of like really when it normally does, which is in their 20s. It's a 20s thing for some reason. Like schizophrenia and bipolar mania tend to emerge in people's 20s. So I think the thing is, unlikable Alec, you're not going to be able to, in this instance, point to a specific precipitating event or antecedent. It's not exactly clear why these problems emerge when they do, but it's not linked to any kind of trauma or anything like that. That's the difference, right? It's like that's the difference between borderline personality disorder and bipolar. Is borderline personality disorder is linked to reality, something that actually happened, whereas bipolar disorder is something that happens to you. Like, for example, I'm older now, so I have to pee more often. It's something that happened to me. It's not something that I caused to happen. Nowadays, when I go to a restaurant, I have to bring eyeglasses to read the menu. It's something that happened to me as my eyes got weaker over time. It doesn't happen to everybody. It's not the case that everybody who's 50 years old needs reading glasses, but probably a majority do. And it happens to almost everybody eventually. In other words, because of the ways our eyes work, those muscles that do that get weaker over the years, and you can't make it as small as you used to. So anyway, that's different a little bit than bipolar mania, but it's equivalent in the sense that whatever was adequately holding her sanity together until her 20s no longer held it together at that point. But she and I, can you go through the function, talk about which are likely to be pathologized and why? Okay, so like TI polar is likely to be pathologized as some kind of learning disorder if it gets noted as such. Same with SI polar, likely to be pathologized as some kind of memory disorder if it gets noticed at all. NE polar is not likely to be pathologized. It's just likely to be thought of as this person's is very terse and not very creative, quote unquote. Now you might say, well, what about ISFPs? They're often deemed creative. Well, yeah, but not not in communicative ways, really. It's non-communicative creativity. I mean, that's how most things are, really. Unlikable Alec is most things are nature, not nurture. When something's nurture, it's usually because something's gone wrong, or it's a skill you developed with practice. So it's like me being a pretty good musician at this point is nurture. But my capacity to ever be a good musician is nature. Here I am. No, I was the same as I am now. Well, yeah, sure. I was louder. I was less epi polished. But the thing is, this is me being ENTP7. This is me playing around, doing what I feel like right now, instead of paying any attention to larger concerns. And well, look, this is also an ENTP who's bird, who is positioned to be as realized as he can make himself, basically. Because in my opinion, in order to be kind of actualized as an ENTP, requires you to embrace the notion that you actualize externally, to put yourself out there a whole bunch, get a lot of feedback, a lot of pushback, and affirmation, and adjust accordingly. Without FI to guide us as to what we want, it helps that we operate as sort of art producers in some fashion, or media producers, because then we can hone what we want, which is to express ourselves meaningfully, purposefully, into something that validates with other people, and conclude probably correctly that that's what we want. Peter might be an ENTP. I don't know. He might be an ESFJ. I think maybe he's an ESFJ. He's pretty FE, smooth, He normally doesn't bug the shit out of me too much with this honking and bonking because he knows I'll chase him away. He had plenty of food. I gave him pecans and I gave him, well, I mean, you could say I gave him pecans, I guess, but I like to say I gave him pecans and I gave him some Cheez-Its. What more does he want? He got pecans and Cheez-Its? That's, you're asking for too much. You want another serving? Come on. Yeah, FE polar gets called Asperger's around the spectrum a lot, but it's just an FE frame bias, and that's how people who get told that should respond and say, no, this is just your frame bias projecting your expectations regarding social grace onto me. Not everybody operates through that kind of interface. For people who genuinely solve actual problems, that requires our attention to be directed to those actual problems, not to managing your perceptions about them. You know, that's what you should tell such a person. So you can take your spectrum disorder and shove it up your spectrums of butt. I've got spectrums and spectrums and spectrums of butt for you to shove stuff up. How many spectra of butt do you have? How many spectra of butt? I have many, many spectra of butt. I watched this game with my dad last night, this SC game. Peterson's career night lifts USC. Yeah, he was on fire last night, that dude right there. He was burying 3 after 3, just boom, boom, boom. He's one of our best players, but technically our official best player was on the bench last night. We still beat UCLA, so that's good. No, it's not called bipolar personality disorder. It's called bipolar mania. It's usually not called a disorder at all. Bipolar mania isn't called a disorder, but usually. But if you wanted to take it after it, it's called, well, it's just called bipolar mania. The thing is, it shouldn't be called a disorder in the same sense that schizophrenia shouldn't be called a disorder, right? Because schizophrenia is not a disorder, it's a mental illness. So is bipolar mania. Whereas borderline personality disorder is a disorder. It's specifically a personality disorder. You might call substance abuse a personality disorder of some kind. But definitely not something like schizophrenia or bipolar mania. The thing is, people don't have any problem understanding this about schizophrenia. That schizophrenia is not the same thing as a personality disorder of some sort. It's a mental illness that results in psychotic breaks. A psychotic break. A genuine psychotic break is, if you've never been around somebody who's going through a genuine psychotic break, you don't get how real it is. It's not bullshit at all. It's not bullshit at all. Okay? Like, a genuine psychotic break is, you're not dealing with somebody who is sane and it's very obvious. And they're not acting out or looking for attention or something. They haven't slept in a week and they're hallucinating and, think whatever crazy shit they think. So it's not, there's nothing. As somebody who had to have his girlfriend hospitalized and sedated, let me tell you, bipolar mania is not any kind of disorder. It's a mental illness. And those are definitely different things. Of course, Rachel has had to carry this burden for a lot of years of having things wrong with her that others express skepticism about. If I told you I, twisted my ankle and it hurts right now, nobody would express any skepticism about that. But when you start talking about mental disorders or mental illnesses, then people have politicized this issue to some extent. People have opinions about medication. You must not agree with the substance abuse disorder as a disorder. No, I mean, I think that substance abuse is a behavioral disorder. But substance use is not a behavioral disorder. Like when I was a drunk, I was suffering from a behavioral disorder called alcoholism. Certainly not a disease, it's a behavioral disorder that was, in my case, specifically linked between me and alcohol. So I couldn't manage consuming alcohol well because the way alcohol impacted me made it such that I always made, or usually made, poor decisions about consuming more alcohol. And it wasn't a healthy, I couldn't lead a healthy, happy, productive life outside of just working and drinking, working at a job and drinking, because the rest, I had nothing left. There wasn't anything left for me. And in other words, whatever there was of me was just being replaced with alcohol. So it was definitely a behavioral disorder. But I wouldn't call it substance abuse disorder. I would call it something like I'd call it single track OCD. Single track OCD would be a good name for it, Because that's really, if you're really tweaking out on some specific drug all the time, to the extent that it's costing you even your own self acknowledges that it's costing you too much of yourself for the experience, then you've got single track OCD. If you've got a serious cocaine habit, you've got single track OCD. If you're a drunk, you got single track OCD. Well, I mean, when I was drinking, I was always aware in the moment of why I drank, in the sense that because I feel shitty right now, or because, it's the end of the day and I worked all day and I worked all day despite feeling shitty all day, so I deserve it, or some other fucking little explanation like that. But I never could come up with a general reason why I drank, except that reality was too slow, and alcohol seemed to slow me down to time me with it better. Would be the only explanation that really ever felt satisfying was I needed to watch TV. I mean, it's a short-term kind of deliberation. It's just evaluating what you want in terms of today and tomorrow at most, and not anything larger than that. And that's part of being FI polar, is it's very difficult for an FI polar person to know. I mean, it might be easy to be consistent about saying what you want over the long term, but knowing what you want over the long term in narrative form is different than behaving as though you know what you want in the long term. Alcohol is, I think, from my experience anyway, it's the absolute worst drug, because it's maybe one of the only drugs I can think of where when you're on it, that's all for me, that's all I was doing. Drinking alcohol eliminates the possibility of getting anything done later, eliminates the possibility of doing anything right now, of any productive value or utility. When you start drinking, when I would start drinking, I was committing to drinking and then going to sleep, and once I started, there wasn't going to be anything else before I was sober again. Whereas anything else I do, like smoking weed or Adderall or even like psychedelics, it doesn't preclude me from doing other things. It doesn't make me make regrettable decisions and stuff. Alcohol is kind of a unique drug in that regard. Uniquely bad, I think, which makes it odd that it's sort of our default okay one. But I get that lots of people have perfectly healthy relationships with it. It's possible to do so. My dad has a healthy but it's surprising kind of that it is relationship with it. How long has she been sober for is the real key question, Desert Island DJ. If it's fairly recent, then you may be getting into something where that reality changes relatively soon. Because newly sober people, the durability of their sobriety is somewhat hit and miss, let's say. If she's been sober a long time, then there's nothing you don't need to think about it. Like, a lot of people who are trying to be considerate of me sometimes will, like Rachel is kind of like tries not to drink. I think try to be considerate of me, but I don't really care at all. I don't consider anybody else's behavior relevant to me not drinking. You're never going to tempt me into drinking. You're not going to talk me into drinking. I'm not going to be tempted by seeing you drink. It doesn't, I live in a world where alcohol's all over the place, on billboards, in my house. Yeah, all my other family members drink, and that's just reality. And me not drinking has nothing to do with any of that. So, for me, the answer would be just do as you always do. You don't have to take any special measures for me. But if they're recently sober, then they may have various things set up for themselves that you want to support. Things like I don't want to go into any bars right now, or I don't want to go to restaurants that serve alcohol or something like that. They might have little things like that which you won't want to support. And you also want to probably establish with her that if she, I don't know, you probably want to establish with yourself at least what you're going to do if she starts drinking again. If she hasn't been sober for very long. Like, I don't think anybody needs to worry about me starting drinking again, because it's been a long time and I'm just not going to. It's like, I don't need to anymore. I don't want it. I don't really have any. I never feel tempted. I have my replacement drugs anyway. So if she's totally, completely sober and she's in the program, you can expect her to be, maybe off to meetings a lot. And you would say, okay, that you generally want to say that's a fine thing for you to do, even if they're like, well, even if you're like, well, we were supposed to go out to the movie, and she's like, I just really need a meeting right now, then just let her go. Don't fuss about it, I guess. Hopefully she wouldn't do that, but you never know. I just want to say, I pull that bong rip with goodwill and well wishes towards her ongoing sobriety. I do weed. I have an Adderall prescription. I mean, what do you got? What do you got is basically the answer to that question. Some things I won't do. Lots of things I will. Most things, if I don't dislike it, I'll do it if it's offered to me. But I don't really go out and seek a lot of DRUGS. I mean, how I feel about people who don't like the drop it entirely view and do it moderately. Well, my position on it is, if you can do it moderately, why are we at this point where we're asking whether you should drop it entirely or not? Have you not been doing it moderately? What makes you think you're going to change your ways now? If you spent years not doing it moderately, what is going to help you suddenly change and be able to do it moderately, even though at no point in your life did you say, I would like to do this immoderately? I would like to have a problem with this. No point in your life did you say, I want this to be a problem for me. As an SI person, if I was addicted to something like alcohol, I would have to replace the habit of drinking every night with a new habit. Some people just drink and end up sort of harming themselves, not others. That's true. I mean, I think everybody who drinks too much ends up harming themselves because they're sort of trading in the realization of the self for the comfort of the experience of being on alcohol. But yeah, I mean, I replaced the habit with, at first, a lot of sugar in addition to smoking weed. You know, I used to eat, when I first quit drinking, I ate shit tons and shit tons of candy. Like, I mean, I can't believe how much sugar I ate when I first quit drinking. There's a picture of me in China, which is not that long after I quit drinking, and I have on the table all my supplies, and it's just cigarettes and candy and coffee. Just piles and piles of candy. Isn't dropping it entirely best? No, I mean, it entirely depends on your relationship with a given substance, in my opinion. So I had to quit alcohol entirely because I couldn't do it immoderately. I mean, I couldn't do it moderately, or I couldn't do it in a healthy fashion. I couldn't have a healthy relationship with it. I'd proved that to myself over the course of plenty of decades, and it was just getting worse. But I don't think it's a good idea for me to drop other substances at all. So on the one hand, I don't want to quit doing Adderall, but on the other hand, I don't want to always be on it. I like the way I have it set up, where I'm on it for a couple weeks, I'm off it for a week or so. You got ID'd at Walmart for whipped cream. It's funny. I don't think it's a good idea to quit things you don't want to quit if you don't have to, you know. The thing is, I had to quit drinking because I couldn't consume it in a healthy way. I don't feel like I'm consuming weed unhealthfully, and it had nothing to do with the quantity of weed I smoke or anything else. It's that it doesn't negatively impact my life. So even though I pulled a couple of bong rips, I haven't. It hasn't prevented me from caring about my business or having a pleasant time or making good decisions or anything like that. Show media, have you tried modafinil? Yes, I have. And it's kind of like Adderall in a way, without any positive body feelings, and more irritable in its impacts on you in terms of productivity. But I would like to have it. Well, no, I'll do, like I said, Alec, what do you got? You know, I don't go out and seek drugs very often, but if somebody's, I mean, I kind of am in the market for mushrooms, but I probably won't won't acquire them anytime soon, but it's not like I'm really going out and looking for them, but sometimes drugs come to me, like DMT, for example, or acid, or, meth. Like, I don't do it, but if I was on a little road trip or something to visit people from the channel and met some people and they're like, here, you want to hit this meth pipe? I would say, do I? Why, yes, I do. That's a good idea. I'm going to totally do that. That's what I would say. What's my favorite drug? Mushrooms. Mushrooms are fantastic. Yeah, I am careful with. I haven't done acid really in quite a while. I wouldn't want to take strong acid, for sure. And I'd need to really trust the person I got it from, that they were right about the strength of it. I did microdose, quote unquote, at Christmas when I was also smoking Dimitri. And added up, It was like, hooray for Hollywood. Hooray, hooray, hooray for Eric Strauss. That's what DRGS made me feel, is the sense of, hooray for Eric Strauss. Hooray, hooray, hooray for Eric Strauss. Because I'm going to get some drugs and then I'll take them. Hooray, 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 hooray. Hoo, 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 hooray. That's what I think. Because it's got nitrous in it. Now, I wouldn't take ecstasy again. I took strong MDMA one time, many years ago. And it was, as advertised, made me feel like an angel and whatnot. But, it also made me twitchy the next day, and I didn't like that. And so I said, this seems like it's not good for you. I don't want to take that. Well, I agree with you that it doesn't really do anything to you, the microdosing thing. But it was conceivable to me that maybe it would add in with some DMT impact or something. I don't know. It was offered, I took it. Can you take shrooms every day? No, you have to put a day or two between or else they don't work. Yeah, nitrous is like the thing that makes cars go fast. There's also the propellant that makes whipped cream come out whipped from the can. It's not whipped inside the can, Is everybody aware of that? There's not whipped cream inside the whipped cream can. They're lying on those cans. That is not whipped cream inside there. That's regular cream. It only becomes whipped once you shoot it out of the can. They should call it cream to be whipped rather than whipped cream. I mean, Desert INTJ, I took ecstasy, MDMA like 5 or 6 times. Only one of those times did I get the real shit. And because of that reality, it was very clear to me that the one time was fully legit and the other times were not the real stuff, right? One that was fully legit definitely made me feel like an angel. Like, just, oh my God, that rock is so beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful rock before. Oh my God, I just want to rub this rock on my face. Its beauty just get all over me. Oh yeah, this rock's so fantastic. She's like that, Is it super dangerous for people to inhale that? No, it's not super dangerous. It makes you run extra fast for a little while. just like with cars. Has the same exact impact. No, it's not dangerous, unlikable Alec. It's just not advised by medical professionals. The difference between not advised by medical professionals and dangerous. LSD, that's dangerous for reasons Boba Fett intimated, namely, you put a little piece of paper on your tongue, you do not know what you're in. There's no way to go back. Once it's on your tongue, you've just taken the full dose. And there's no way to, like, try it, put a little bit, then a little bit more, then it doesn't work properly like that. And so it's a disaster when it comes to trying to manage dosage with LSD. You love microdosing, says Lady Lou. Not super into losing control, but especially with MDMA and mushrooms, microdosing allows a subtle and powerful shift. Well, mushrooms do allow a subtle shift and make a difference. With acid, though, it's a little bit more of a threshold drug. You don't inhale the nitrous directly. You can't inhale it directly from the canisters, like with a cracker, it frees your lungs. You got to either put it in a balloon first or have one of those whipped cream making machine things that Whippet puts out, which is what we have. Well, there's no doubt that taking psilocybin doesn't have the same threshold effect that the threshold limitation that LSD does. So it makes more sense to microdose mushrooms than it does LSD. Regardless, I don't want to microdose. I want to macrodose. Well, because people don't necessarily like being that much on drugs, but I get it. It's like, I feel kind of blue or meh. I don't really want to have a full blast drug trip. I'm hoping this will sort of make me feel a little bit better the way mushrooms does without having a full blast trip. You know, because if you decide to take a full dose, well, you're giving the day to that pretty well. You're saying, okay, here's my day. Today I'm on mushrooms. Hopefully nothing comes up. Of course, the funny thing is, if something does come up, I could probably, in almost all contexts, shift to sober Eric immediately if I had to present myself as such, which is something that is not necessarily the case with drugs other than with alcohol, but it is the case for me with other drugs. Well, yeah, I mean that drug interactions are definitely a serious concern if you're taking antidepressants, SSRIs in particular. And Rachel and I kind of learned that the hard way. But I mean, living itself is inherently dangerous, unlikable Alec, and the fact is that we can't prioritize a frame of reference that automatically gives primacy to safety or harm prevention over everything else in the world. It just doesn't work that way. So, everybody's got their particular vices. Maybe yours is going around and being unlikable in people's live streams. That doesn't mean you need to stop doing it, right? Maybe it's just what you get off on. No, I've never tried peyote. I would like to. I'd also like to try that thing that bioluminescence says there. I've also had I had a couple of bad trips on acid too. Acid can get overwhelming, like pretty easy. It can get real overwhelming. Five MEO kills the flies, makes you fly. Does 5-MeO DMT kill flies? Is that true? Yeah, well, if you put the mask on and don't mix in oxygen, you can cause damage, sure. I mean, the thing is, I never hit it like that. I hit it like a metal canister at a time. And I might be able to do 3 in a row, but then I'll womp, womp, womp out, and I'll start breathing again, regular air again. So, yeah, you have to, you can't be on nitrous for a super long time without any oxygen, or you will cause damage, but that's not how people normally do it. They normally do it out of balloons or from those whippet things. Well, where can we get those toads? Do they grow around here? Let's introduce those toads into this area. I want them to become an invasive species. DMT toads? Is that what they're called? DMT toads or what? Delicious lickable toads? Let's make them an invasive species. Why aren't DMT toads an invasive species? It's like we've got all the peacocks we know what to do with. Is our area not just hopping constantly with riveting DMT toads? That'd be fantastic. Every morning I'd begin the day by licking some toads. I mean, ENTPs have the reputation as being the smart Alex of the types, but I mean, I'd say it's kind of a young ENTP thing more. I used to be a lot more adversarial than I am now, I guess. It's bad to get it from the toads now. Well, that's what I'm saying. Why don't they breed like brown rats? Judy, I gotta tell you, I had the strangest experience today. I was out in the forest getting flies like usual, when all of a sudden this human comes and picks me up and licks me, and then puts me back down. You know what, Bob? I had exactly the same experience today. I was just down there by the creek, picking up mosquitoes, and what should happen, but a person comes by in a boat, jumps out of the boat, picks me up, licks me, and puts me back down. I mean, I think the guy Marshall Mathers is an ENTP, possibly an INTP. He's one of those two. Or characters, I mean, you could try to type them, but yeah. Hi, Rachel. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
How are you today?
I'm good.
Happy Super Bowl Sunday.
Happy Super Bowl Sunday.
It's true what Dallas says. Nobody likes to be hunted down and licked. I'm sure it's hard to find peyote cactus for the same reason. The actual cactus is probably like hunted out or picked out pretty well. I wonder if an ENTJ would be the least likely type to do drugs. Being SI polar, they might think, what's the point of doing drugs just to experience it? And the high TE say doing things isn't productive. Well, I mean, SI polar, in some sense, may manifest as well, like doing, like Jordan Peterson got addicted to benzos. Why? Well, probably is sort of an SI polar thing. Like, my daughter and I have both been in probably an equivalent amount of bad relationships. Now, she's half my age, but she's been in more relationships over her 10-ish years of dating than I have. Anyway, the point is, that, well, I mean, Jordan Peterson had to, went and got himself put into a medically induced coma to kick benzos because he was medically addicted to them. And probably kept doing more. Why? Because if you want to sleep and you're SI polar and you want to have some control over your sleeping habits, you're probably going to have to take sleeping pills. But he probably also, it's like drugs or something that let them actually experience their SI. It is an absolute value. It's just they only experience it in the most momentary and childlike ways. So, in the same way that I have a bad relationship with finding the right person, it took me a long ass time to get with the right person. So too might it take an ENTJ a long time to realize that the SI impacts of the negative SI impacts of drugs or whatever. Jordan Peterson fried his brains. Well, I mean, a medically induced coma might do that to you, right? So, I mean, one of the SI things that I miss about alcohol at all is, or one of the SI things that I liked about it a lot, was the warm feeling as the alcohol goes down your throat and into your gut and makes your gut all warm and stuff. That kind of, like, at the end of a day when you've been busy all day and you take that first drink and you feel that sensation, it's incredibly gratifying. Like, there's no replacing it, and I'm never gonna replace it, unfortunately. But I just have to live without it. Although I will say it's almost as gratifying to drink a non-alcoholic beer, which tastes a lot like beer but doesn't have that warm feeling. I mean, otherwise it tastes just basically exactly the same as beer. So the thing is, like, it's funny, Rachel likes to get whippets, but then she'll say, I don't even know what these things are doing to me exactly. So, she's not especially conscious of how the drugs make her feel, especially in her body. In general, she's very unconscious about her body, because 8th slot, I think, is even less conscious than 7. Which is to say, conscious being defined as you can remember instances of it. Coca-Cola is a pretty great drug. I could go for a drink right now. McDonald's and I have an excellent relationship, in large part due to their Coca-Cola. McDonald's is the one chain restaurant that's not a little bit on the fancy side, that you can reliably expect to have good Coke every time you go there. You never get bad Coke at McDonald's. Certain restaurants, like the Jack in the Box near my house, oh, that Jack in the Box. Oh, that horrible Jack in the Box near my house. Their sodas always taste like, I don't know, whatever they clean the soda machine out with. It tastes like urinal cakes. Whatever they clean the soda machine out with tastes like urinal cakes. DMT is extracted from my pants, Boba Fett. Like my dick. Everybody's smoking my dick when they smoke DMT. Little known fact. They scrape some dead skin off my dick and put it in an oil kind of substance, and people smoke it and They get intoxicated with the spirit of wonderful mysticism. If you've ever smoked DMT, you've actually smoked my dick. Little known fact. No, it's because they get the recipe right. That's the thing, show media. You have to put the right amount of syrup and the right amount of carbonated water. It's got to be the right amount of fizzy, you know? And if you have any part of those elements wrong, then the Coca-Cola is meow. And then you want to hurl it out the window in anger. I don't like this Coke! You know? I tell you what else I hurl out the window in anger are the pickles on my burgers at McDonald's. If I forget to say no pickles, I have to hurl them out the window because McDonald's has terrible pickles. True statements by Eric. It is not always the case that I have to hurl the pickles out the window. Although I generally don't like pickles on my burgers, but McDonald's pickles must be hurled out the window. Urinal Coke, right. So whatever they clean the Coke with, this is my theory, whatever they clean the Coke machine with has the same taste and feel as, the same taste, not feel, taste and smell, as a urinal cake. It also tastes like those Blue Shark candies. Have you ever had the Blue Shark candies? They taste like urinal cakes smell. Adderall always seems like a TE drug. I don't get it. And weed is like a chill drug, right? How can one combine them? Adderall's an enthusiasm drug. Why you do it and what you do on it depends on what you're enthusiastic about. So, I'm enthusiastic about this. So when I do Adderall, I make a lot of content, right? I don't do it because it makes me do content, although I'm happy about that. It's like I like myself more when I produce more stuff in general, unless I produce something shitty. No, because other Jack in the Boxes don't necessarily have that problem. Although I must say, I vouched for the Jack in the Box down on Live Oak the other day before Rachel and I went through it. I was like, no, this Jack in the Box is cool. This one usually has good Cokes. And you know what? They fucked up our Cokes. They fucked them up royally. But the Jack in the Box on Lake that I go to in the middle of the night when the Jack in the Box near my house is closed, that one has good Cokes. In general, I don't think I've gotten bad Coke from them before. But Jack in the Box is hit and miss with their sodas. You can't trust the chain as a general rule. You can trust like every McDonald's. Crazily, somehow every single McDonald's gets their Cokes right. How do they do it? It's the magic of McDonald's. You wouldn't understand. You aren't McDonald's. It's really hard to give me too much ice if your Coke is made properly. If the Coke's made properly, it should be just a hint strong initially until the ice melts a little bit. And I'll drink the Coke before the ice melts, so you could get the only problem with giving me too much ice is that you're cheating me out of some beverage, which is not really a problem with the Coke. The beverage I get is still just as good. It's just I get less of it. You know what I'm saying? I think probably Rachel and I both think In-N-Out's the best. I like In-N-Out. Do you think In-N-Out has the best fast food burger, Rachel?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so too. We don't often go to In-N-Out because the line at In-N-Out is always insane. It doesn't matter what In-N-Out you go to. It doesn't matter what time it is. Practically, it's like if we see an In-N-Out where the line is not sticking well out into the street, we go, ooh, chance to go to In-N-Out.
Yeah.
Because normally it's ridiculous. It's like In-N-Outs are traffic obstacles wherever they are because the line always stretches way out of the driveway. And they have a lot of them. It's not like there aren't that many of them. It's just that everybody seems to agree it's the best place to go to because the burgers are really good and they taste like In-N-Out burgers, which is to say they've got Thousand Islands dressing on them. And the fries, though, are fantastic.
Yeah,
the fries they have the best fries. They are always consistent with their drinks. You can always count on your In-N-Out drink to be right.
I like that you can get the onions grilled or
Raw. Or no onions, either anyway. But the fries are the bomb. They have the best fries. And they're also well priced. It's not very expensive. It's not like The Habit. Because The Habit's good too, but The Habit's expensive. So Rich and I go through In-N-Out, we'll spend $20. Rich and I go through The Habit, we'll spend $30.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah. Right. It never is In-N-Out, right? It's always in and oh shit, what's happening now? Okay, good. Okay, and in. And then finally out. I mean, I don't think The Habit blows it away. You got to count the fry. You're not considering the fry equation here, Desert INTJ. I'm not necessarily saying I always want an In-N-Out burger over any other kind of burger. I get that The Habit's got some good burgers too. And we do go to The Habit sometimes. There's also a place near our house called Tops. Tops is like The Habit kind of. What? Okay, Desert INTJ, you are completely insane.
now?
He just said In-N-Out has the worst fries.
Okay, you're just
You're just making up bullshit. You might as well just say USA has the worst Olympic athletes in the world. It's so not true. Even though we might not always be the 100% best, we're always going to be up near the top of the gold medals. So to say that it's the worst would just be insane. Same thing with In-N-Out fries. You might be able to argue that Mia's fries are a little better. Okay, well, I don't know. Are you out of state? Are you not a California person? Are you getting out of California In-N-Out? Because they might not do it right out there. I don't know.
That might be different.
It really isn't supposed to be outside of California.
Is it?
Well, they've got a
Anywhere
palm
else?
tree on their logo.
Yeah, no. I always associated In-N-Out with California. But is it outside of?
They have a couple in like Arizona, Nevada, Utah, I think.
Oh.
Oregon, maybe. Oh, you have the Arizona In-N-Outs, yeah. Well, I can't vouch for those In-N-Outs. I know that crossing the Arizona-California border somehow corrupts In-N-Out and makes it into a shadow of its actual self, probably, no doubt. Best fried chicken, Popeyes, that's where Rachel and I usually go. Although I like KFC too. I enjoy KFC original recipe. I don't want the extra crispy. And as far as Popeyes goes, we usually get tenders at either place. I prefer tenders over chicken that you have to bite off of the bones.
Yes, me too.
Well, in Popeyes, I think having Down syndrome is probably a prerequisite to being a manager at Popeyes. Except, Rain, you got to consider the Winter Olympics. Those are going to skew towards your Nordic nations, even though they don't have huge populations. They've got a lot more time spent doing snow sports. You've got to think about that. Popeyes is so poorly run. It's funny. You never know what you're going to get when you go through Popeyes. Sometimes everything goes smoothly. Sometimes they're out of shit. Sometimes it's like Popeyes is a place that gives you your drinks, then makes you wait for your straws until the food comes. It's like, if they're going to give me my drinks, why don't you give me my straws at the same time you give me my drinks? That just seems obvious. You know? Do you want any sauce? No, but can I have some straws, please? We're sitting here thirsty. We want to drink our drinks as soon as we get them. Here's your drinks, and like 5 minutes later, here's the means to drink them. Thanks. Thanks for that. That was very helpful of you. I think that the takeaway here is that we're going to side with Desert INTJ and assume there's something wrong with the Arizona In-N-Outs rather than something wrong with Desert INTJ. Because if the Arizona In-N-Outs are just as good as the California In-N-Outs, and you think that, then you are suffering from either extreme advanced dementia or wildly wrong all the time syndrome or something like that.
I think McDonald's in California are better than the ones in New York.
Really?
Yes, and I do believe it has to do with the locally owned businesses. Yeah, it's not locally owned
In New York?
in New York. Yeah.
I'm not sure if McDonald's is out here or not, but a lot of the other kinds, like In-N-Out's all one company. That's a private company. They own all the In-N-Outs and run the whole thing. But like Jack in the Box is definitely independently owned and operated. It explains why the one near us is so shitty. They don't have a non-TE person running it. It's like, okay, if you have a 24-hour drive-through, it says on the sign 24-hour drive-through, and you've got cones by the drive-through ready to put to show that we're not open right now because you have to do it like every day for a couple of hours, then you are not a 24 hours drive-through. You're just retarded or incompetent about either your signage or your way of running things. One of the two. Well, Strawberry, maybe it's just Desert INTJ. You got the cursed In-N-Out. In order to, they need one In-N-Out to be the standard for how not to do things. And that, unfortunately, is the In-N-Out near your house. They send the other In-N-Out people to go to yours to see how not to do things. Burger King has the worst burgers. Originally, I don't do a lot of Burger King, but we usually do it if I pick up my prescription down at that CVS down there. We'll go through Burger King because it's right next to it, and it's like, hey, we haven't been to Burger King since last month. Let's go to Burger King again. It never seems to have anybody in line. It's not very popular around here, Burger King. And then that's a good idea, unlikable Alec. Stick a fake news sign under the 24 hours label. I just want to put a thing on their cones that says, as you're moving these cones, think to yourself, is this really 24 hours?
That's so funny.
You know, it's like I leave the house at, say, 2 in the morning to go get something for to eat. And I try the one near my house first, because if I'm going to get breakfast, it's fine. I'm not going to get a Coke, so I'm just going to get orange juice. I'm going to get a croissant sandwich, or whatever it's called there, a supreme croissant, and I'll get the meal that comes with the hash browns. That's fine there. But I know when I leave the house, half the time when I leave the house, it's going to be closed if it's the middle of the night. They're going to have the cones up. As though they're just sort of like cleaning the driveway or something. You guys aren't cleaning the driveway. You're just fucking fail monsters who failed to schedule this shift or something. That would be a fun thing to put on the cones. As you're moving these to block the drive-thru again, ask yourself, is my restaurant really 24 hours? Winston's mom is made happy to see you. fitting in a likable way, unlikable Alec. She wants to see you scorn expectations regarding your behavior that are set by your names. White Castle jalapeno cheeseburgers are good. There is probably a White Castle around here. I'm pretty sure there is, but I can't think of where it is. We don't really have much White Castle around here. Let me check. I know I see it in the supermarket in the frozen hamburger section. Like, they have frozen White Castle hamburgers in the supermarket. But I've never eaten them before. I can only assume they're absolutely fantastic. I have eaten at White Castle before, but they had one in Santa Cruz, I think. No, that wasn't a White Castle. Oh, maybe it was. I've eaten at White Castle when I went on to a debate tournament one time, for sure. Let's see, where is White Castle compared to me? In relationship to my current location, where is White Castle? The thing about White Castle is, at least they try to make their storefront look like their name. They make their store look like a little castle. A little white castle. But instead of being filled with knights and ladies and horses and stuff, it's filled with little hamburgers. The house that Crave built. Are you really the house that Crave built? Let's see. 9 1 Let's see. There appears to be one here.
Oh my gosh. Is it alone?
Is that one? I don't know. Okay, stop being the pain in the ass.
Could it be?
Are there none near me?
Yeah.
Oh. The nearest one is in Arizona. It's 518 miles away. That seems like a kind of unreasonably long drive for White Castle. See, there's 2 in Arizona. Is there one in Santa Cruz? No. There wasn't. That wasn't a White Castle, I guess. It must have been a Tasty Freeze. But there are 2 in Arizona. Because there's just none around here. I've seen them when I've visited other states. They're rather abundant in some places. Oh no, I zoomed out too far. Whatever shall I do? Look at over here, there's shit tons of them. There's shit tons of them in Illinois. And what state is that one up there? Like Wisconsin. Minnesota has a shit ton of them. Missouri. And then there's 2 in Arizona. That's so weird. Why did they skip Kansas, Colorado, Oklahoma, New Mexico, and go to Arizona? Are they over here on the East Coast too?
Yeah. But clearly, I don't know.
I think so.
Yeah, there was one by my house, like 15 minutes, 20 minutes away. but they weren't common. It's interesting. They all seem close together.
Oh, I see. It's putting the ones near where I put my guy or something, I guess. It's moving the dots with me. Well, it's not a very good web app, so it's hard for me to tell you exactly where all of the White Castles are. And if you were determined to find that piece of information out today, then you're going to leave here disappointed, and I'm sorry about that. If that was what was most important coming in, then you're really going to be disappointed. The magic of germination blows my mind. TI tool people, do you think that fourth function is the limitation to their TI, e.g. ESTPs with unjustified NI claims and ENTPs with over-extrapolation and generalization from? Well, it's somewhat, but I would also argue that every type is able to incorporate both of their fourth and fifth function such that it's difficult to tell them apart via testing. To the extent that, like, if I were to be able to test your ability to apply, if you have TI DOM, if I were to test your ability to apply FE and TE to a given situation directly by presenting you the situation and saying, engage with it dynamically, you'd probably engage dynamically equally well with both. You certainly can incorporate both frames of reference in your reasoning. The same is true with the having an epistemology function in the 4-5 means, well, it's like, yeah, I do have a tendency to extrapolate too much from my own experience, but I validate on NI fifth, which means I'm very aware of that and try to check that in multiple ways. Whereas I think it plays the same way in reverse for ESTPs. They do try to validate with their intuition about what they observe, but they check it against particulars. You'd like to germinate some White Castle in your butthole? I don't think that's where you get White Castle from, Ruben. It's not like a chia pet you grow in your butt. Righteous does it, INTJ. Righteous is what I say to that. If you were forced to leave a store or wear a mask for COVID to enter the store, would you wear it to go somewhere else? I wear them all the time into stores. Around here, it depends on the store as to whether or not you're going to actually be expected to wear it, or at least go through the motions of looking like you're wearing it. I gave up any notion of fighting that directly a long time ago. Around here, it just wasn't going to work to fight directly. And I just haven't felt particularly motivated to fight it indirectly. By fighting it indirectly, it would mean wearing the mask, but wearing a shirt that says, I object to wearing this mask. I wish you weren't forcing me to wear this mask. Something like that. But, so anyway, everybody avoid the In-N-Out near Desert INTJ's house. That's one of the takeaways from this video. Don't go to that In-N-Out. It's apparently the only shitty In-N-Out there is. The other takeaway is, when you put a lot of coffee creamer in your coffee, be prepared to wipe away either a creamer mustache or creamer nose bridge. Would you ever wear a mask that looks like it's your unmasked face? Yes. But then I'd have to get accustomed to just saying, actually, I have a mask on. It's just transparent. Would probably be the thing to that. I mean, if it blended in so well with my unmasked face that it was indistinguishable, it would have to be really have some like beard stuff, beard throughs or something. Well, I like to put on the kind of mask that you peel off of your face after a while before I go out to a store to make sure that my pores don't release any viruses or other things that might get on people. I'd like to also mask my pain with a brave smile. Oh, I am wearing a mask. I'm in a lot of pain right now, but this brave smile is me masking that pain. What do you mean that doesn't count as a mask? I can't believe that doesn't count as a mask. There's a lot of process. People had 0 to 2 belief types and 0 to 3 guess types. Chia mask. You wear it for COVID. You water it regularly until it begins to grow chia seeds. And the chia can function as a natural herbological filtration system for your air. You know what we just really need to do is learn to go about our business without breathing. The problem is we're breathing too much. Basically, you know. We need to learn to hold our breath the entire time we are shopping. So we need to be able to like get in and out of the supermarket in like 3 minutes tops, right? You got to be really fast. It's like free diving. You know, take a big deep breath, sort of hyperventilate, take a big deep breath, and then go get soup, pasta. Put sign language into your partner. Go get the cereal. As long as we could trust everybody to do that, then we wouldn't need to wear masks, you know? We could just, like, hey, that lady cheated. I saw her take a breath. You went maskless in a store and they had 2 bodybuilder black guys to lift you up and carry you out of the store? Wow. They got real black guys to do it? Wow, they really went all out. And generally, I only allow one belief. Oh, I see what you're saying about belief. I've heard that if you skydive, you don't have to breathe through your mouth at all since your skin is picking up so much oxygen. That's definitely bullshit. Oxygen gets into your bloodstream by way of your heart. And lungs, not by way of your skin. It's like, I wonder if it would be possible to inject sufficient oxygen into your bloodstream that you wouldn't need to breathe. So if you could be on an IV oxygen IV, probably you wouldn't be able to get the air bubbles small enough to be safe to absorb into your blood. You know? That's an interesting notion. If I continually pumped fresh oxygenated blood, like could I oxygenate the blood outside of the body and then pump it back through and then you wouldn't need to breathe? Possibly. I mean, they do shift out your blood in dialysis to take out the toxins, to clean it, but so they do the job of the kidney in dialysis, but I don't think I've ever heard of them doing the job of the lungs in that fashion. In theory, it should be possible to oxygenate your blood outside of your body so that everybody, if they wanted to eliminate breathing entirely, they could create a technology that you strapped to your hip here. It was attached to a hypodermic needle injected into a vein someplace, and it just oxygenated your blood continually, and then people wouldn't need to breathe. And then we wouldn't have to worry about masks. Of course, then they wouldn't be a pain in the ass. But it doesn't matter, really, how much of a pain in the ass they are. The problem is that there's this imposition on what I do with my face, with the argumentation that it's preventing harm, but you can't establish that it's even possible for me to cause the harm you're claiming I can cause. In other words, there's no requirement or expectation that I actually be capable of causing the harm before you make me act as though I am. That's the problem with it. Oh, they do have it. What do you know? Extracorporeal membrane oxygenation. It's pumped outside of your body to a heart-lung machine that removes carbon dioxide and sends oxygen-filled blood back to the tissues in the body. Well, that should be mandatory for everybody. That way we don't have to worry about COVID. Let's mandate that everybody not wear a mask, or that everybody have a blood oxygenation machine attached to their hip and stop breathing entirely. That'll really stop the spread of disease, I bet. A bunch, I bet. It's that taking in oxygen from the environment thing that's the problem. You know, breathing this raw, dirty air that's floating around. I mean, goodness sakes. So I think children growing up with masked adults and peers around them will face issues with development with their FE. No, I don't think so. Because I don't think anybody is going to spend too substantial a portion of their formative years without access to actual facial expressions. After all, they see them on screens, and they see them at home when presumably the family doesn't wear masks around each other. But in theory, if you could deny somebody any access to facial expressions, presumably you'd stunt their foundational development of a baseline against which FE builds off of, I guess, but I don't know. It's a tricky one to answer. Oh, right, speaking. Rain's got a good point. If you don't breathe, you can't speak. Well, it should have an automatic thing where when you breathe, it turns off for a second, you know. It should, it just needs to be like, it needs to be cued into your lungs so it knows how to adjust, you know. I can't get behind a no speaking mandate. That's the problem. Well, what we need then is we need to all get Stephen Hawking style machines to talk for us. I once believed the universe would go on forever. Now I understand that the cyclical nature of time is such that, like that. Desert INTJ, that does not sound like a win to me. Because look, everybody not being able to talk does not mean, unfortunately, that they're going to listen to me. Now everybody's finally getting sick of the COVID bullshit. Well, hello, everybody. I told you a long time ago, nobody listens to Eric. Nobody listens to Eric until it's too late, and the asteroid has already destroyed everything. But I told you there was an asteroid coming, I say. And everybody says, yeah, but we weren't listening to you, Eric. That's the story of my goddamn life. Even when I have problems, it's because I'm not listening to me. Yeah, as long as the non-talking plan doesn't include me. I need to retain my ability to talk. Oh, why are they making another Jurassic World movie? They have the technology, unlikable Alec, that's why. They've now customized, they've got a a machine that's just dedicated to making CGI dinosaurs. And so, might as well make another movie with it. You just put some actors in front of a green screen, bada bing, bada boom, we're done. All we need to do is CGI the actors, and this thing will be even easier. If my parents were dogs and I was the only human and I was growing up in isolation with the dogs, then I'd be like that dog girl from Russia. Not a good thing. Oh, did I forget to put away my huge magnifying lens before I looked? My bad. I should have put that away first. No wonder it looks like such a big thing when it's really just a teeny rock falling endlessly from the sky. Continually forever falling, never landing. Always equidistant from my point of observation. Oh no, it's not standing still. It keeps falling. It's just not getting any closer to the ground. Wait a second, you might well say. That doesn't make any sense. And you'd be right. So I think I'm going to play maybe a song or two here, and then call it a stream, a streamata. And, I don't know, chat with Rachel a bit, and maybe watch a cartoon or something before starting to get ready for the pooper poll. The Pooper Poll is a gay adult film based on the Super Bowl. Except it's called the Pooper Poll because they put each other's poles in each other's poopers. Yeah. It's starring Boba Fett and Dallas. Here's the dialogue. Boba Fett says, "Oh, Dallas, please put your pole in my pooper." And then Dallas says, "Okay, here we go." Oh, the new AOT is out. Fantastic. That's what we'll watch. You know, it's like the last AOT, I gotta say, was one of the first AOTs that I remember thinking, okay, this whole like weird world they're in is a little not. It's making me go, okay. Which I almost never do at all in AOT, but the last one was a little bit. I mean, I knew they had to do some expository work in between in order to complete those storylines, but it seemed to take a little too long. Coitus? I don't mention coitus, I talk instead about sexual intercourse. That's the proper term for human relations of a sexual type, of course. It's not an intercourse of a commercial fashion, not intercourse that's dashing and dining. Not intercourse that's pretending it's mining gold from a field of gold. You like getting the backstory in the last two episodes? Well, yeah, I'm not a huge backstory fan, you know.
I mean, that was backstory.
Yeah, it was backstory. It was going back. It was explaining. And the thing is, they include this weird kind of time factor where like Aaron's father knew what would happen and shared his memory about the future regarding Aaron, and it was a little confusing. So let's play our last two songs be Gregory and then cloudy day, and I'll play a few before then. That just so we don't before we move. Oh, it is too bad, Sir Thomas. You're right. I wish Dave Matthews were playing the Super Bowl. But you know what I got instead? I got last night's, after having blessed number of months, Bill Walton free. Guess who was broadcasting last night's USC UCLA game on ESPN? Bill fucking Walton.
I was checking up on the score on my phone.
It was a pretty good game.
Yeah.
Every life lived reaches a time when the road splits in two. There are times, dark times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches an end when the road disappears. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel filled up with bones. Yeah, that satchel, now nothing but home. Satchel of helpful goods. 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 Thanks. Okay. Yeah, they should have the Grateful Dead, then Dave Matthews, then the Pearl Jam all played during halftime so the
Oh my gosh.
players will be fully rested before the second half.
Yeah.
Exactly. I wonder where that tape is. I'd like to tape this other one so it doesn't buzz too, but oh well. I don't know where it is. I don't want to look for it too much. When I was younger, it seemed that everything gleamed. I don't know what happened to me, but I've lost that sense of urgency, and I don't think that I'll ever see it again. If you follow my lead, you'll discover I'm loster than you, and you'll wanna know the way to get back at to wherever it was you thought you knew. And tomorrow will be just like today. I'll be lost then too. It's a matter of mood as much as a matter of will. And the things I do and the direction I point to still seem a part of me, but departedly. And I wonder never see them again. Bumpity da, buddy, diddy dee, diddy da, da da do. Bumpity da, diddy da, bumpity da, da da do. Thanks. I'm gonna play Destruction of the Whole Damn World now. But I want to tape this thing so it's quiet. Where is that tape? Here it is. I knew I had it somewhere around there. Tape that up good so it doesn't buzz and rattle, hum and sing, fuss and tattle, and always bring about destruction to the end of the world. Stop spinning around, you! Okay, so what I'm doing now is I'm putting tape on this thing that doesn't have a string strung through it because it keeps rattling. And this should stop that from occurring, hopefully. Oh, fuck. Such a dummy-dums. They call me Captain Dummy Dums because of my dumbness. My protocol for non-stop dumbness, which has replaced a life path in my ontology. Instead of a life path, I've got a protocol for non-stop dumbness that I try to apply.
I took it as a life path as numerology, like they gave you a life path of dumbness.
Your life path number is stupid? So pretty much what that means is you're stupid?
Yeah.
Really? That's anything more specific than that? Nope, just you're stupid. That's it, pretty much. Alright, so let me pull this bowl. Let me play Destruction of the Whole Damn World. Thank you so much, darling. You're such a sweetheart.
You're welcome.
What a beloved wonder pants you are.
Thanks, babe.
I'm going to play Destruction. I'm going to play Gerald. Then we'll play The Loaf. And then we'll do... Not Gerald. Yeah, Gerald. Then we'll do Gregory. Then we'll do Claudia.
Okay.
I pick in the Rams. I'm from Los Angeles though, so I got 2 songs before I'm gonna ask you to come sit here, and I'll sit over there. Okay. Okay. Taking my time in the world today takes everything I've got. Because I'm awfully super impatient. I hate to wait a lot. I don't want to wait today. Why? Because I want to play the guitar when I want to play it. Not have to worry about this gay stuff. You wanna be where you can be, even though we're all the same. I'd like to go where everybody knows my name. Wouldn't that be swell? We need to know. We need to see. We need the band happening down by a life we divisively unliked and from which we'll rarely budge. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at how they miss a sign. How do they set their priorities? These towering, backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting Carson and Desiree, we're stuck in such petty larceny. We all partition the rectories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Judy shares now her limits, hoping Julie will too. Jerry shares for 4 minutes. He just can't share things like they do. And Judy soon forgot about should and not, although she had recalled that she will die. And Julie should have bought her when she had the chance, when she had the chance to buy. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at how they miss a sign. How do they set their priorities? These barren, backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery follow necessarily from their savage ways. Incognent, Tarzan and Desiree, we're stuck with such petty larceny. We all partition the rectories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Thank you, thank you. Oh, wonderful, oh, wonderful. These bubbles, these bubbles. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business, thinking now about what he'll call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work left rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. And now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing factless to listless. Oh, how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly here now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. But Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he had dropped time in the underview. Too much to be but, so where now and what? Too much time spent nitpicking the skew with you. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business, thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald has a thought. Thank you, thank you. Do you want to come join me for The Loaf and the other 2 songs we talked about? You want to maybe sit on a stool?
Okay.
Okay. I can move.
Are the funnies on the...
In the paper?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. I don't know if my dad gave me that section of the paper or not. I think he just gave me the Super Bowl and the sports. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Walk on by. company that you keep, and the room where I held you tight. Tonight I will walk on by. Walk on by. That's a good song. By C-A-K-E Cake. Up mountain, going to the low, far from the city below, going to the low. Up mountain, going to the low, travel those windy roads, mountain sunshine on the trees, far above the smoky city, mountain sunshine on those trees. Mountain sunshine on the trees, far above the smoky city. Mountain sunshine on those trees. Going to the low. Up mountain, going to the low. Far from the city below. Going to the low. Up mountain, going to the low. Far from the city, well, mountain sunshine on the trees. Far from the smoky city, mountain sunshine on those trees. Mountain sunshine on the trees. Far above the smoky city, mountain sunshine on those trees. To the low. Up mountain, going to the low, far from the city below, going to the low. Up mountain, going to the low, go up those windy roads. Next, let's play Gregory in Disguise. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them, but every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them. So now he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise.
He hates lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them, but every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied
The chance to yell at them, until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily he'll try to encroach up on the guilty, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He face the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them.
So now
He's Gregory. It's good, Rachel. Good job. Thank you. It's a
very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. And someone buy us some more time.
cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm your sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving
To those who stay awake all night and mostly
Voices say to give in. They'll try to stop your will to fight. But whether I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten, noise is sort of based on what I see here and also on what I avoid.
it's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Troubles past, struggles still to come.
The day is nearly done. Can someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Something to say. Well, that wasn't
Wasn't.
the best ever rendition of
That's
it. I was a
fun.
little iffy on the tempo there.
thought it was fun.
It was fun. I didn't execute it as well as I would have liked to, but that's just part of life and nature and reality is that sometimes shit goes down like that, you know.
Truth.
I tell you what, let's play Agave Weatherman. Well, I'll have to pull that one up, but you also sing on that one.
Okay.
Ideally, eventually we'll incorporate your singing in all of these things, but you just have to get in the habit of doing it, you know.
Yeah. And
Cathy. Oh, Cathy came to an end after so many decades of making
Okay.
those horrible jokes.
but I already thought she did.
In 2010.
Oh.
I mean, sure, I'm celebrating the end of Cathy 12 years too late. Sure, that's fine. You could point that out. But my point is that what? Cathy came to an end? How could we live without more Cathy? You know, she says ack.
Yeah, she does says act.
Things happen like the boss comes and asks for a document to be handed to him sooner than she expected. And then you know what she does hilariously? She says ack.
Yeah.
And you never get tired of that joke, right?
No.
No. And you see it over and over and over and over and over and over again. Slightly reformatted, and it'll always be hilarious.
It's true.
Actually, the real truth is, it was never hilarious to begin with. Okay, Cathy, guess what? Your comic strips sucked ass From the day it came out of your not very creative ESFJ mind. I suspect that's an ESFJ comic. It's like all about Mondays and deadlines and it's like the Cathy from Kids in the Hall.
Oh my gosh, I think I know that skit.
And it says like Mondays. Why are you being such a slow butt bagogat? Huh? That's what I want to know. There's set list, go bad list. Don't be a slow load bagoglode. If you want to insult a browser that's loading things slowly, call it a slow load bagoglode, and it'll feel ashamed into loading more quickly. Don't make me call you a slow load bagoglode. It's too late, you already called me that. Okay, well don't make me call you that again. Google Docs, if you are Google Docs. If you really are. It's not just some sort of scam you're trying to run on me, pretending to be Google Docs, but just being extra slow. Which is always possible. Come on, slow it on, it loads so slow. Why does it have to be like at the end? There it is. Okay. I'm gonna view this at what? That's right. Full screen, y'all. I'm pulling my screen and I'm pulling my spleen out my body and handing it to you for Christmas. It's nice and lean. A lean, clean spleen. You can eat it for Christmas business. Okay. Christmas. Okay. Here we go. You're living on a time frame I will never know. Alienation and humanity's soul. Imagine you a future after the collapse, returning to the urgency of isolated past. Picturing community free of metaphysics, hunting buffalo while you're picking red delicious. Knowledge of the seasons, wisdoms of old. Fire blazing in the night to keep away the cold. Hostility is kept at bay.
Hostility is kept at bay
By what you think is in the way.
by what you think is in the way.
Of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. Imagining a history that never could have been. You lecture at the college, advancement is a sin. Lamenting disconnection in every corporate act. Asserting all your feelings and ignoring all the facts. Hostility is kept at bay.
Hostility is kept at bay
By what you think is in the way. By what you think is in the way. Of life as children of the land. With an agave weatherman. You find modernity just so banal. Wish you hadn't born any time but now. And your experience won't run afoul of exceptions you might allow. You visualize nobility sipping on some port, or tribes of peaceful savages and beautiful comport. But few of history's people ever thusly did comport, 'cause life was solitary, nasty, brutish, poor and short. Hostility is kept at bay
Hostility is kept at bay
by what you think is in the way. shaped by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land. With an agave weatherman. With an agave weatherman. Fucking hell.
I had to practice that.
Yeah, we gotta practice it. It's fine. We don't usually play it. So, I know what I wanted to play though before I left this was actually, and I want to play this specifically because Boba Fett has stated that it's racist. Yes, I know it's a racist song. It's not borderline racist. It's definitely racist. But the point is, it's a good song, and it is what it is. You shouldn't refuse to accept its aesthetic goodness because it's racist. It's like, I'm not, just because I play a cover doesn't mean I'm advocating what the message of the song is. If I play a cover that says, and I will always love you, you cannot count on me to always love you as a listener, okay? So too is it true that when I play White Boy, it's not because I think I'm a white boy or believe in the message of it or whatever. I am fluidly transracial, but it's a good song.
Even I had my, learning of that.
My fluid transraciality?
Yeah, just because you're singing it doesn't mean that you actually,
Right. Advocate the message of it.
Right.
It's its own distinct entity as a song. You might dislike the entity because it's racist, and that's fine. But I like the song because there's aesthetic attributes that are not related to that. And I find it kind of quaint and quaintly racist in kind of an amusing way. But I don't advocate the racist message of the song at all. But I still want to play it because I like to play the song. It's a good song. It's a great little country jam, So I'm going to play it now to make that point. You might call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking cans, but I won't do an ant's good to call me names. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman and a line of work that don't take no diplomas. I ain't got much to lose but lots to gain. And you might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, I don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Small town boy, been around a little, and I like guitar and I like the fiddle, 'cause that's the kind of soul take to fan my flame. Blue-eyed Billy, feared and ready, I got to work just to be somebody. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. I'm a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I mean, the solution is my explanation right there. Just because a song is racist, it doesn't mean it's bad. And it doesn't mean that if I play it, I'm racist. I mean, there's lots of good songs that are racist. Straight Outta Compton's very racist, but it doesn't make it a bad album. It's a great album. Straight Outta Compton. Fuck the police. Fuck the police coming straight from the underground. Young Eric has it bad because he's brown. They're fucking with me because I'm a teenager with a little bit of gold in the pager. But you know what? Taking a life for two, that's what the hell we do. You don't like how we're living? Well, fuck you. Wow, you guys really do have some attitude, don't you? What's your solution to the racism allegations? Is the Running Through the Leaves one of your songs? What's Running Through the Leaves? I don't know what that song is, Running Through the Leaves. By Ella Shiva. R.I.P. River Phoenix. I mean, yeah, well, I'm not, that is in fact part of the solution. I do have such a cover that's up already. I am fluidly transracial, so it means, like, well, when I was playing that song, I wasn't, I don't know if you would have called me actually white or not. I was Portuguese.
Ooh.
I was Portuguese, but with a Japanese grandmother.
I learned so much about different cultures from your transracialism.
Mm-hmm.
I admire it. And it is so fluid. It happens. And I don't even know.
If you switch the first letters of every country singer's first and last name, you end up with an amazing Star Wars name. So, Siley Myrus? She's not really country. What's her dad's name? Billy Cyrus, right? Silly Virus? Silly Virus is kind of a good Star Wars name.
So, okay, so Garth Brooks would be what?
Barth Brooks.
Barth Brooks. That really does sound Star Wars like.
Yeah. What about Miranda what's her last
Lambert?
name? Lambert. Loranda Mambert?
Loranda Mambert. Yeah, that could be.
That could be a Star Wars name,
Yeah.
Loranda Mambert.
Wow, whoever came up with that really sounds a
This is pretty smart, yeah. Well, have you ever read the definition of a white person that Congress wrote, Unlikable Alec? I'll read it to you. It's fun. It's a fun law that Congress wrote. You see, Congress needed to explain. The problem was this. They wanted to keep having things, special for white people. But the problem was, how do you define a white person, Mm-hmm. I mean, how do we know that you're really white, It's like, you might be a light-colored something
Spanish.
else. You could, yeah.
From Spain.
Well, and are Spanish people from Spain white or not? Well, we're not really sure.
Right.
We need to define those things.
Yeah.
It's very important. We need to define them very precisely. And that's why Congress wrote this brilliant law, which I will read this card on in a second. It's an incredible articulation of meaningful information. So it's called Jones is the card, because the original author of this particular thing was named Jones. I don't know why I'm having this encoding problem again all of a sudden. Let me turn this off for a second. See if that helps at all. Jones. Let's try this one. Is it Jones A or is it Jones C? Oh yeah. Here's Congress's 1921 law in which they defined a white person. A white person has been held to include an Armenian born in Asiatic Turkey, a person of but 1/16 Indian blood, and a Syrian, but not to include Afghans, American Indians, Chinese, Filipinos, Hawaiians, Hindus, Japanese, Koreans, Negroes, nor does white person include a person having 1/4 of African blood, a person in whom Malay blood predominates, a person whose father was German and whose mother was a Japanese, a person whose father was a white Canadian and whose mother was an Indian woman, or a person whose mother was a Chinese and whose father was the son of a Portuguese father and a Chinese mother. None of those people are white people. Okay?
Wow.
Now, what if you were born of a Portuguese father and a half Chinese mother? Right. A person whose mother was a Chinese or whose father was the son of a Portuguese father and a Chinese mother. Okay, but listen, what if their mother was the daughter of a Portuguese father and a Chinese mother, but their father was purely Portuguese? Do they get to be a white person? Why is it the mother is all Chinese and the father is half? Why does it have to be that way? Why can't it be the other way around? Why is it that a person whose father was a white Canadian and whose mother was an Indian woman is not a white person?
Yeah,
what if
what's up with that?
What if their father was an Indian and their mother was a white Canadian? Would it change the reality of it? I wonder. But if you are an Armenian born in Asiatic Turkey, if you have no more than 1/16 Indian blood, or you're Assyrian, you get to be included sort of as white people, right?
But
Yeah.
I don't think that's so funny how it's written, because it's even mentioning German in there, but it's just like, so what are white people just people from like Great Britain and
They don't even mention the
Yeah.
main European Western Europe, right? It's assumed that they're white people, I guess.
Yeah,
The French and the
I
Germans
guess.
and the Scandinavians and stuff. But yeah, it's a weird definition, right?
yeah, it's so trippy.
And the interesting thing about this Plessy versus Ferguson case of 1896 is that what we tend to forget, is that Homer Plessy's argument was that he was white and that he should be allowed to ride in the white people's coach. And he was compelled by the train company to ride in the colored people's coach, and he got upset about that. He's like, hey. He got bounced from the white section because the conductor said he was black. The question wasn't that all train passengers should be able to sit together. Rather, Plessy said, no, I'm a white person, actually. The court admitted that it was very important to be able to determine who was white and who was not, and that having the ability to be white is a form of property. That is, it's valuable, extremely valuable in 1896. Wow. If the court ruled in its decision, if he be a white man and be assigned to the color coach, he may have action for damages from the company for being deprived of his so-called property, namely his status as a white man. So, so that's why they defined it. The Naturalization Act of 1790 determined who got to call themselves an American citizen and restricted citizenship to persons who resided in the United States for 2 years, who could establish their good character in court, and who were white. So, that's, race has been nonsense from the very get-go. It's always been nonsense. It never wasn't nonsense. And what you'll see here in Jones C is an even better articulation of that same basic concept, which says, well, my tag for it reads, this is what I wrote, there is zero scientific basis for race. There is more difference among so-called races than between them. Any attribution of the status African-American, quote-unquote, is wholly arbitrary. Quote, people have different complexions, but that's a far different thing from saying that people with different complexions actually comprise races of people. Scientists have certainly tried for a long time to prove that there are different races, and it's all been disproven. It's bunk. Today we understand that there is more genetic diversity within the so-called races than between them. The anthropologist Carol Mukhopadhyay writes about how things that we think of as demonstrating a biological basis of race are just not true. In the United States, the sickle cell gene is more common among African Americans than other populations, but it is not a racial gene. The genetic variation that causes it is also found in parts of South Asia, Southern Europe, and the Middle East, and it is only found in some parts of Africa. When we turn to the racial category black, Africa has hundreds, if not thousands, of linguistically, culturally, politically, and historically distinct populations. Africa is home to the shortest and the tallest people in the world. Other traits vary significantly, including skin color, facial traits, nose, eye shape, overall body shape, and even the frequency of sickle cell and lactose intolerance. The problem with Americans' folksy way of defining who's who based on skin color is that skin color is not a discrete trait. There's a spectrum of gradation of skin colors, and so marking off at an arbitrary point at which to say somebody paler than this is one thing and somebody darker than that is another is not a naturally occurring division between people. That's a good card. It's called Jones C. If you liked Jones A, you'll love Jones C.
Yeah.
What? Read Jones B? No, I'm not going to read Jones B. Why? Well, it's my answer to Jones A and C. I don't want to answer it. I want it to remain unanswered, standing on the flow, as they say. What did I play before? I think, or Going to the Loaf, Up Mountain, Sunshine through the trees. You're talking about Going to the Loaf. That's my song. I wrote that song. It's a freestyle, actually. It was just born as a freestyle. It really only has 3 chords in it, although I began sticking a B in a couple of spots. But it was a freestyle that I liked. It turned out well. It's very straightforward, but it's very distinct, too. And the fact that you think it sounds familiar is a good sign. It means that that one sort of strikes an archetype. So thanks for noting it. I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, it's called The Loop. I have actually a pretty good recording of that with my band, with electric guitar, drums, stuff like that, which I don't have a lot of such recordings, but that was one song that we recorded when I had that band put together. Let me find it, that link to that. It's a pretty good track, pretty well put together. Although I probably wouldn't put it together exactly that way now, but still. Loaf. Let's see what's gonna play.
Breathe deep and relax. You're home at the Loaf.
Going to the Loaf. Up mountain.
Breathe deep and relax. You're home at the Loaf.
Going to the Loaf. Up mountain. Going to the Loaf. Far from the city below. Going to the Loaf. Up mountain. Going to the Loaf.
Whether you've chosen the Loaf for its scenic mountain air or its fresh mountain sunshine, the Loaf is the perfect choice for all manner of choosings.
Mountain sunshine on the trees, far above the smoky city. Mountain sunshine on those trees.
And wow, sir or madam, you've chosen wisely. the loaf.
I'm at the loaf. The other voice is the drummer I had at the time. Okay, so I'm going to stop this stream now. It's 1 o'clock. I got to start cooking, or maybe start the queue around 3 o'clock. And so forth. So, thanks for being here. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. We love you very much.
We love you.
And here's us saying goodbye.
Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.